Happy Hour Friday starts now. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Red October is upon us. Did you get the feel last night? Did you get a little itch last night? Are you ready to go? We're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. We've got so much today. Show's jam-packed, so we got no time for anything other than hanging out, having fun. Happy Hour Friday. What are you having on this Happy Hour Friday for the weekend for Phillies baseball tomorrow? Red October begins. Great start time, 6:38. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. We got you locked and loaded tonight, 5:30. Jayson Werth, 2008 World Series champion, joins us on the show. Sal Paolantonio in the 5 o'clock hour for a Sal Pal Friday. Eagles-Broncos, we're all over it. We got Adam Caplan for football at 4. Nick Ferguson, former Broncos safety, is today's Outside View. Johnny Mack, Mike McGarry, and the text board's wide open, ready to go. 609-403-0973. Off the jump here, we got a lot going on. So we now know, of course, all of the matchups. The Yankees beat the Red Sox last night. They advance, and with that win, the Phillies will now play at 6:38. We know the time of Game 1 and Game 2. By the way, Game 2 will be at 6:08 on Monday, and you can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. You know, last year, Rob Thompson, he has not announced his Game 2 starter, by the way, and he has not announced whether the Phillies will carry 14 position players or 13 position players. He also did not name a Game 2 starter. Last year, that was all kind of locked into place, right? You knew by now that Zach Wheeler was going to throw tomorrow night, and that Aaron Nola and Christopher Sanchez were going to be your Game 2 and Game 3 pitchers. Sanchez in Game 2, Nola in Game 3, and you went on your merry way. The Phillies still don't know their Game 2 starter. They did not announce it anyway today. Is it that indecision and that indecisiveness that has us trepidatious about this Philadelphia Phillies run? Because at this stage of the game, this is a Phillies team that is built on pitching. And if your pitching is now in question, what do you have? You know, the Eagles are looking for the identity of their offense. However, we know their offense has let them down, the Phillies, that is, many times. Many times throughout the last 2022 run, 2023 run, 2024 run, the offense has let them down. The Philadelphia Phillies cannot allow that to be a factor again, because they have the pitching to do this, but do the Dodgers have better pitching? I think that's a huge question in this series. Do the Dodgers just have better starting pitching than you do? There's not too many teams out there that you could say man for man, arm for arm, pitcher for pitcher. But if I asked you right now, if I said Shohei Ohtani was pitching for the Phillies and Christopher Sanchez was pitching for the Dodgers, how would you feel? Would you feel any different? Would you feel any better? Or the fact that they have Ohtani pitching, does that change your feel on tomorrow's game? You just saw Ohtani. How much is it recency bias? We're a big recency bias society, right? How much does Shohei Ohtani throwing a no-hitter against you? And by the way, there was a little clarity on Shohei Ohtani, by the way. Did you guys see this, Josh? Did you see the update on Shohei Ohtani?
I think it was the Dodgers analyst or someone who covers the Dodgers putting it out there that basically Ohtani can go 110 pitches or however long they need him to go.
Yeah, Jerry Harrison, who is the analyst for the Dodgers, was on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark and told John Clark that Shohei Ohtani is good to go the distance now, whatever it takes. 110 pitches. He threw 91 pitches in his last start, and that is, we don't know that to be from the manager's mouth, but Jerry Harrison, who is the Dodgers analyst, said on the podcast, it would basically be like if John Kruk said it, although if John Kruk said it, I don't know how much stock you would
maybe
put
into it. Maybe not Kruk, but I would say maybe more like Ruben Amaro Jr.
Yeah, maybe. Let's say, I don't know if Kruk said it, how much stock you're putting into it.
That's why I say maybe more likely Ruben Amaro Jr.
So, but another point is, it doesn't seem that Ohtani has limitations. That was a big question that we had yesterday. What are the limitations? What is his pitch count? When would they have to take him out of the game? Well, they managed him all season long to the point that they now feel that he can pitch for as long as he needs to go. Does that change the outlook for anybody?
I think it changes the conversation a little bit, but I don't think it changes the outlook, because I think that the strategy for the Phillies, it's still the same, and I think it goes back to what they did during the Dodgers series, right? They basically said, these guys like Ohtani and Yamamoto and Snell are really good. We just got to endure for like 5 innings, 6 innings, try to wear them down the pitch count, and then get to the bullpen.
Listen, the Phillies have, I think the Phillies have one check mark over the Dodgers, and I don't even know how strong of a check mark that is. Do they even have the check mark in the bullpen? I think the Dodgers' starting pitching is probably better than yours right now.
Yes.
And I think their lineup is better than yours.
It's better because it's deeper. I don't think that the Dodgers...
That generally is a better
Well, no,
lineup.
but I think it's important to differentiate, because of the fact that what you're basically saying is that, like, I don't think the Dodgers' big three are exceptionally better than the Phillies' big three.
Well, I mean, you could say Ohtani and Schwarber. I probably would take Ohtani over Schwarber.
But Schwarber had more RBI this year. So
one guy batted leadoff, the other guy bat in the
kind
two
of lead
spot.
off.
Yeah. No, I mean, okay, Schwarber had more RBIs. That doesn't make him better. I mean,
No,
just because
well,
you drive more runs in doesn't make you better. I would take Ohtani over Schwarber. It's not a slight on Schwarber. I'll
Right.
take Ohtani. You want Schwarber? I'll take Ohtani. You want to have a draft? I'll take Ohtani first.
But like, for example, if you're to me, the big three for the Dodgers are Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, right?
Absolutely.
The Phillies' big three are Schwarber, Harper, Turner.
Uh-huh.
I think the Phillies' big three is not that much different than the
I
Dodgers'
don't think
big
it's
three.
far off, but I would probably take all three of their guys. Probably, I mean, Freeman's a little older now.
I would take
don't think
Harper.
he was, but I mean, those two guys are they're all comparable. There's
Right.
no question about it. But I think all three of those guys might be just slightly, maybe Harper, but Harper's not having a Harper season. Freeman's not having a Freeman season.
No, but Harper has woken up in recent months. So that kind of helps a little bit with the conversation. To me, where the Dodgers have the edge is...
I don't know that Harper's woken up in recent months, by the way, but I'm not going to fight you on that. He has not done anything that makes you felt like, wow, Bryce Harper's coming around. That's inaccurate, I would say.
All right, well, at least do we agree that Turner had a great year?
Turner did have a great year. The problem clouding over his year is that he hasn't played, and he's coming off of a groin injury,
hamstring
injury, which is even worse. That could really affect him. By the way, Harper in the last month hit 225.
All right.
So, as I said, I don't know what you were watching because I didn't see him have a very good string here. In September, he hit 233 with 5 homers, 12 RBI.
I think for me, I was thinking about the home runs, the fact that he's making power
Hit
contact
5 in
again.
September. He had 7 in August. He had 6 in July. So actually, he kind of tailed off this month. But yeah, he hasn't had a good year. He's had a good year for somebody else, not for Bryce Harper. Right. The problem with Turner is he has now become a wild card in a guy that has certainly proved a lot of people wrong, myself included, that said, hey, listen, he's not a $300 million player. I don't care what year he had this year, but he had a really good year. And the Phillies need him to have be that player. But you're talking about Mookie Betts, who didn't have a great year this year.
Right. He definitely had a down year.
He had a down year this year. So I think that's why you could say Trey Turner and Betts, maybe comparable, but, Betts on the high end. You saw him in these playoffs. You saw what he brings in the deal in these playoffs. So I think their top 3 are comparable. I do agree with that. The 3 of theirs are comparable with the 3 of yours. But
The problem is
Teoscar Hernandez is better than you have in your 4-hole.
Right. That's where I think the conversation is. The Dodgers' 4, 5, and 6 best hitters, I think we can agree, are definitely better than the Phillies.
Well, this is what I will say about that. The Dodgers get, like, Keke Hernandez is a guy that, like, the Phillies just don't have that guy. And you're like, well, he stinks, Hernandez. I know he does in the regular season.
But he always hits in the postseason.
He comes up big all the time. Who's the guy for the Phillies that's going to come up big? You know, you look at Keke Hernandez, he hit 500 in that series. 500 he hit. Now, that was Nick Castellanos a couple of years ago. Like that a guy, now Nick Castellanos gets paid $20 million. No, Keke Hernandez does not. So you need, like, Bryson Stott hit the grand slam in the game against the Marlins, which, by the way, was the anniversary of that grand slam is tomorrow, October 4th. I was at that game. Brandon Marsh. Can Brandon Marsh be Keke Hernandez, where he hits 500 and has, a bunch of big key hits? Is it Max Kepler? Now, I'm bringing up names that are the lower level players. You need your stars. And for them, Ohtani, 2 homers. He led the game off with a homer the other day.
Right.
Teoscar Hernandez, 2 homers, 6 RBI. Hit 400 in the series against the Reds. Mookie Betts, I just talked about him. He hit 667 in that series. Keke Hernandez hit 500. You got to find it, man. You got to find it.
Well, that's why Mike said my concern is when you look at the Dodgers, you mentioned Hernandez. I'll throw Pages in there, and then whoever else you want to say the 6 best player is for the Dodgers. But, like, to me, their 4, 5, and 6 best hitters right now, I think, are better than who would the Phillies be? What is that? Bohm, Marsh, and Kepler?
The Phillies have a steady bunch of, like, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, I think Hernandez is better than all your guys.
Yes. I think Pages is better, too.
Right. Hernandez, he is in a category by. So you have the big 3 on both sides. If you were doing tiers,
yes,
those 3 guys are in tier 1s. The only tier 2 player is Teoscar Hernandez. The Phillies do not have one.
That's true.
Then you drop down to that next tier of guys, and that's where I think the Phillies have. Pages is probably in that second tier, maybe in the upper end of the third tier.
Upper end of the third tier, but he's still better.
He had a great year this year, though.
He had a great year, but he is still better than any outfielder you can name me for the Phillies.
100%. 100%.
And that's where I worry about this series. I'm not as worried about the pitching because of the fact that I know what the pitching is. My concern is you have guys on the Phillies pitching staff who have had moments.
Yeah. See,
where they've got in trouble.
Hernandez and Pages would hit 4 and 5 in the Phillies lineup.
Oh, 100%.
They're better than everybody else they have.
Hernandez would be the 4-hole hitter of the entire 162.
Yeah, and Pages would be hitting 5. So those 2 guys, Pages hit almost 30 homers this year. Hernandez hit 25 homers. So those 2 guys are better than everybody that you have. I think the Phillies might be better 6, 7, 8, 9. They're better 4, 5. And then it's like, well, we have a little depth at the bottom half of our lineup where the Dodgers maybe, I don't know, Muncy didn't have a great year this year.
Muncy did have a great year. Will Smith was Will Smith.
Will Smith is out.
Well, he had a good year, though. Before
the catcher is, what's the heck? The guy bunts every single time. Road vet. Rortvet is the guy catcher.
Ben Rortvet.
Yeah, he's Smith is out. Edman is another pain in the ass guy.
Yeah.
So
lefty though. He doesn't start against left-handed pitching though.
Yeah, they have a platoon at Rojas and Edman. But Edman's the kind of guy I'm saying when he plays, he's a pain in the ass.
Right.
Rojas, he's a pain in the ass.
Edman's like a lesser version of Ben Rice for the Yankees.
Yeah, they have much lesser, significantly less. Edman's a utility type of guy. Rice is a power hitter.
Well, I was going to say, but Rice doesn't play against left-handed pitching either.
Right, no, they're platoon players, but they're not comparable players. Rice, you would take, well, I don't know, unless you like Edman's scrappy style of play, but they're much different players. That being said, they have just a better lineup than you do, and that's what it comes down to. We've seen how much pitching has the dominated in the. Look at last night. Look at last night. You got a rookie go out there last night and threw a 8-inning, no-run, 12 strikeout gem. Who thought that was happening?
Nobody.
Of course not. You have all of your failures in these playoffs have been games where you just could not score. You've never lost a game. There hasn't been a memorable loss. You may have. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't remember a game where you just got outslugged 11-9. You know, that loss just doesn't happen at this stage of the season for you. The Phillies, I'm saying. It might happen in a different series someplace else. But there's very few times where you lose 8-7, 9-7, 10-8. It's because you can't score. And their pitching, I hate to say it, is just flat out better than the Phillies. Right now, on paper, their starting pitching, it's two reasons their pitching's better. They're more talented, 1, and 2. Their pitching is better than yours because it's facing the Phillies lineup.
Right.
That adds a whole nother dynamic to this.
Well, again, it goes back to what are the Dodgers pitchers' best skill set? Is that they're great at making you chase. And the Phillies have a lineup that is their greatest weakness is their lack of patience and their chasers.
Yeah, the Phillies have a big problem in this series with the it's not only that. You've got Ohtani, who's a power pitcher. You've got I don't know, they haven't announced their other pitchers yet, have they?
Well, so we know who the pitchers are for them.
Right, I just don't know. I'm saying I don't know what order they're going to go in.
But the idea is that
But if you face Snell, he just struck out 12 guys against you the other night?
Right. They have strikeout pitchers, and you have hitters that have a tendency to strike out. So we're not saying the Phillies can't beat the Dodgers. We're saying that it's not going to be easy if they do it.
There's no series. You could have played the Reds, and it wouldn't have been easy.
Well, it wouldn't have been easy.
Nothing's easy at this stage of the game. Why? Because you have to be able to come through when there's pressure on you. You have to be able to come through when everybody is expecting you.
So
right now, I think the Phillies have so much pressure on them because they haven't come through. And now this group of guys is getting to the end. But are they getting to the end? Because the Phillies almost can't find a way to get out of this team. They have Harper signed. They have Turner signed. They have to figure out to sign Schwarber and Real Muto. They have Castellanos signed. They have Wheeler signed. They have Nola signed. They almost can't get out of this team. So somewhere they have to finish this deal. Otherwise, they are continuing to live with this enormous amount of pressure hanging over them. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Johnny Mack, Nick Ferguson in the 3 o'clock hour on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day. Football at 4, Adam Caplan. We are jam-packed. Jayson Werth tonight at 5:30 right here on the Sports Bash. Sal Paolantonio tonight right here on the Sports Bash. You out there, 609-403-0973. Poll questions up. Simple question. All you got to do is go to @Mike Gill Show on the X platform. Who wins NLDS? Phillies sweeper in 4. Phillies in 5. Dodgers sweep or in 4. Dodgers in 5. Vote now. All throughout the show, we'll update the poll right here on the Sports Bash.
These are two very top-heavy teams, two teams that are primed, and it's like World Series mentality. The Dodgers are playing their best baseball. If there is kind of a Achilles heel and a strategy for the Phillies, it's can they get to the pin? Because the Dodgers, let's face it, they have Yamamoto, who we saw tonight, exceptional. They have Bonda right there. That's Kyle Schwarber taking him deep. That's lefty on lefty, by the way. And then right here, Vesia, that's the closer. Bryce Harper gets one up out of the zone. Lefty on lefty once again. And they were able to take that series in L.A. when they got to the bullpen. So for the Phillies, it's going to be these two guys have top-end starters. Can they get to the bullpen?
That was former Philly Hunter Pence breaking down the series. The big thing is, can the Phillies get to their bullpen? They're starting pitching very good. But what's the score at that point? Is it 5-0 Dodgers? Is it 2-0 Dodgers? Is it 1-0 Dodgers? Is a 1-0 lead too insurmountable for this offense? We've seen that be a problem in the past. Phillies, though, have been the bullpen bullies this season. When they get into your bullpen, they have been able to beat you. They have been able to score runs. NLS Game 1 Saturday. Coverage begins at 6:30 on 97.3 ESPN. Monday night Game 2. Coverage begins at 6:08 on 97.3 ESPN. We've got so much happening with the Red October, the Eagles getting ready for the Broncos. Happy Hour Friday, 609-403-0973. Let me know what you're having this weekend. I need some good stuff this weekend. We need some good vibes this weekend. I need to hear from everybody out there today. Phillies thoughts. And if the Phillies don't win this series, how disappointing would that be? Is it just, hey, the Dodgers are just a better team? They won the World Series last year. And not only did they win the World Series last year, they went out and spent more money. They went out and spent more money last year after winning the World Series. Last offseason, I should say, after winning the World Series. A couple key factors for me that I'm looking at is, can the top end of the Phillies lineup, the Harper, Schwarber, and Turner, that trio, can they carry this team? And then they're going to have to carry them through this round. I don't think the Phillies can win this series without those guys. I don't think the Phillies can win this series without Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper having big series. And then somebody else has to be the guy. Somebody else has to be the Nick Castellanos from 2023 in that series against the Braves. Somebody else has to be able to pick them up offensively. Because we know the Phillies pitching can do their job, although this will be the deepest lineup that they face on an everyday basis. Let's get the latest news and notes on the Phillies, what we know, what we don't know. We do know the games, days. We do know the first due date times. We do know the first two-game place. Do we know Game 2 starter? Let's get into that and more right now. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us now on a Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday. And, of course, Mike McGarry is brought to you by our friends over at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Mike, well, obviously it's going to be Ohtani and Sanchez in game number 1. Do we yet know who will pitch game number 2 for the Phillies?
Yeah, we don't know yet. I asked Rob Thompson that the other day, or at least he hasn't announced it yet. He might announce it today. But he said he had decided on who would pitch Game 2, but he was not yet ready to announce it. I think it'll be Ranger Suarez. They're looking to break up the hard-throwing lefties. Or, it could be an interesting way to go, Mike, is see what happens in Game 1. If you win Game 1, go with Luzardo in Game 2, because I like him better pitching at home than on the road, and save Suarez for Game 3. If I lose Game 1, I think I want Suarez and his playoff experience with the season on the line in Game 2.
Do you think Aaron Nola is in play at all here for one of these games?
I don't think so at all. I think it's pretty clear it's going to be the three lefties. I don't think it's going to be Nola at all. I think you'll only see, I doubt you would see Nola even pitch in this series. I think he would be, if they advance past the Dodgers, he would be the fourth starter they would need in the NLCS. I don't think that you'll see Aaron Nola in the NLDS at all.
Okay, so that's interesting because obviously there are a couple days off here and you wouldn't actually need him, but I guess theoretically you could use him for a game 4 and put Suarez in your bullpen, make your bullpen. Who knows? We'll see how that all plays out here. Ohtani, one of their broadcasters was on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark and suggested that Ohtani no longer has limitations, that he can throw 110 pitches, he can go the distance if he has to. How much does that change the dynamics for you, that Ohtani now has no restrictions?
Well, greatly. And, Mike, I did a little video on pressofac.com where I talked about the series. And to me, one of the main factors in this series and the deciding factor in this series is going to be which team's starting pitchers go the deepest in the games and which manager is willing to push their starting pitcher. I know they say Ohtani is stretched out and ready to go, but is Dave Roberts going to be willing to let Ohtani throw 105, 110, dare I say it, 115 pitches? The same thing with the Phillies. Their strength is their starting pitching. You have got to push those guys deep into games. You watch these playoff games, the drama centers around the starting pitcher, how long the starting pitcher goes, when he comes out of the game. That's the whole thing. So to me, again, the number one factor in deciding this series is which manager is going to have the guts to maybe tell their analytical department, hey, this guy can go through a lineup 3 times. This guy can go more than 6 1/3 innings. This guy can throw 115 pitches. That's going to be the difference in this series. I know Ohtani is stretched out and can do it, but will the Dodgers allow him to do it? That's the question.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Right now, you think the Dodgers have better starting pitching than the Phillies do?
Boy, I think these are the 2 best starting staffs in baseball. And when you have Ohtani operating as he is right now, Blake Snell fully healthy, Tyler Glasnow lurking in the background, I would give the edge to the Dodgers starting pitching-wise. That doesn't mean I don't think that the Phillies can out-pitch the Dodgers. I think they can, but I think the Dodgers have the better staff. And, Mike, to be honest with you, I'm a little concerned about if Sanchez and Luzardo have to pitch on the road. I'm a little concerned about them in those situations.
Well, it sounds like, they have the better starting pitching, and if there's a team that has better starting pitching than Philadelphia, that's Philadelphia's strength. I think we both agree that the Dodgers have the better lineup, correct?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers – look, Mike, we've said it all season long, or I've said it all season long. We've talked about it several times. I think the Dodgers slept to walk through the regular season. They basically just wanted to survive the regular season to get to October. You look at that lineup, Shohei, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy. It's a deep lineup. I think the Phillies can match the Dodgers superstar-wise, but the Dodgers have the deeper lineup.
You obviously, one of the things that you need in these playoffs, right, is they have Kiki Hernandez, who always seems to be that guy who has a big hit for them. They have Pages, another guy the Phillies just don't have that level of player. Teoscar Hernandez, the Phillies would love to have a right-handed bat like that in the middle of the lineup. Which unsung player are you looking at here? Because the big 3 have to do their thing, but after that, there's a big drop-off. The Dodgers don't have the big drop-off from their big 3.
Yeah, I think if I picked a guy and he kind of straightened himself out over the second half of the season and he kind of saved his Philadelphia career all by lowering his hands when he came to the plate and getting quicker to the ball, I think the Phillies need a big series from Bryson Stott. I think he's capable of it. I think they need some big hits from him. I think he's a guy that when you talk about a guy, and it's so often a guy in these short series that makes a difference, right? I'm thinking back to 2010. Cody Ross for the Giants just tortured the Phillies. Who's going to be the guy, the utility guy or the guy in the bottom of the order that gets hot. You know there's one guy going to do that in the series. He's either going to be for the Phillies or the Dodgers. I think a candidate for the Phillies is Bryson Stott.
All right, Mike, I feel like this is like a championship series. It should be a 7-gamer, not a 5. But the reality is somebody could have a short stay here, and your whole season, you've been waiting for Red October. It gets here, and it could be quick. But as you write over at PressOfAtlanticCity.com, this Red October could be possibly it for this group.
Yeah, Dave Dombrowski, I asked Dave Dombrowski that earlier this week, and he said, yeah, for sure, the core of this team that has been together since 2022, more or less, and has given us such great moments, the Division Series wins over the Braves, Bedlam at the Bank, the World Series, 7-game series with Arizona. It's going to look different next year, win or lose. There's prime free agents with Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto and Ranger Suarez. You have other players, Nick Castellanos entering the last year of his contract basically as a platoon player. Zach Wheeler coming back from a traumatic injury. When do we see him again? You have minor leaguers in Crawford and Painter and poised to join the big team. So, yeah, this team that has given Phillies fans, so much big moments and really great baseball since 2022. It's going to look different next year, win or lose. And I definitely believe this is a last ride sort of situation for the Phillies.
It's going to be interesting to see how they get changed. Because I was talking about that before you came on. They feel like it's inevitable that they have to make changes, but they are locked into so many guys. And then the tough decisions of what to do with Schwarber, what to do with Realmuto. How do you retain Harrison Bader? And then the Castellanos thing, you got to try to, you might want to get rid of him, but you're going to have to figure out a way to do it. So while it seems inevitable, they almost have a hard time breaking it apart. And that might not be a good thing either, but we'll see. I mean, ultimately, a lot of people are juiced up for this series, but they are facing a Dodger team that, you just said it, Mike, they kind of sleptwalked through the regular season. Phillies beat them 4 out of 6 games. They beat the Dodgers, but this is a whole different animal here. Ultimately, what's the difference in this series for you?
Boy, I'm going to take the Phillies in 5. I just think maybe the home field advantage, though. Everybody talks about what a tough place Citizens Bank Park is to play. And then we all remember the Phillies have actually lost 3 of their last 4 home playoff games at Citizens Bank Park. And they've lost plenty of big playoff games at Citizens Bank Park since it's been open. I just think the Phillies find a way. The Dodgers had their year last year, and I think the Dodgers kind of sleepwalking through the World Series and sleepwalking through the regular season and then throwing the switch in the postseason. Though if a team is talented enough to do it, I think it would be the Dodgers. I just think they're going to come up a little bit short against the Phillies. But, Mike, I think the only team out there in baseball right now that can beat the Phillies is the Dodgers. And the only team out there in baseball that can beat the Dodgers is the Phillies. So I think the winner of this series is going to the World Series. And if the Phillies are to make my prediction true, they have to get Game 1. They have to win Game 1 with Christopher Sanchez at home. He's a tremendous pitcher at home, much better at home than on the road. They've got to win Game 1. If they don't win Game 1, I think they're in trouble.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, if these playoffs have taught us anything so far, pitching has dominated, and then their performances that you never thought you would get. I mean, Schlitter last night, Dingler hitting a home run for the Tigers. I mean, these kind of like off-the-radar guys coming up big for these teams. That's what the Phillies kind of need here. They need someone to be the Castellanos from the Braves series a couple of years ago, the Rhys Hoskins who hit the big home run in a couple of series. Somebody's going to have to step up and do those things here for this team because, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on this bunch, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of pressure. And, sometimes playing at home with that pressure can be tough. If the Dodgers take an early lead, tomorrow they go up 2-0. That ballpark gets quiet. Everybody gets a little tight. Reminds me of the atmosphere in Game 6 and Game 7 of the NLCS. From 2 years ago against Arizona. I just think tomorrow is essential. Christopher Sanchez is a much better pitcher at home. He says he throws his changeup better at home. I asked him why. He said because home is home. He's much more comfortable at home. And I don't think the Phillies can go down 1-0 to the Dodgers. It's just math at that point, right, Mike?
I agree.
mean, if the Phillies lose, they've got to win 3 of the next 4, and the Dodgers only have to win 2 of the next 4. So it's a shame that these two teams, these two Titanic teams, are involved in this like high stakes 3 of 5.
I agree.
It's much best 4 out of 7. But it makes game 1 tomorrow. It's big-time baseball, and I'm pumped up for it. Ohtani against Sanchez, you're not going to get any better than that.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlanta. What do you got, a football game? Why are you playing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
3 o'clock. Good question. Mainland, Ocean City, couple conflicts. Mainland couldn't play last night because of the Jewish holiday. Ocean City had a conflict on Saturday, so they compromised. And a good time for Mike McGarry. I asked the AD here, Mike Pellegrino, didn't they have something in a 1 p.m. start, a 1 p.m. kickoff I was looking for. But, I'll take a 3 p.m. kickoff any day of the week, basically. Great way to start the weekend.
All right,
with
man.
high school football.
Check it out over at PressOfAtlanticCity.com. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you guys down the road. Everybody enjoy the weekend and the playoffs. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, the playoffs have been great so far. All right, we got so much more to come. Nick Sirianni, the Friday Five, Nick Ferguson, our outside view, Johnny Mack, Adam Caplan, Sal Pal, Jayson Werth tonight at 5:30. Stick around, everybody. It's a Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 246 coming up at 3. Johnny Mack, Nick Ferguson, the former Broncos safety, joins me at 3:30 for the Outside View. Our unsportsmanlike moment of the day is in 1 hour from now. Right now, it is Nick Sirianni. The matchup with the Broncos. Is A.J. Brown feeling better this week? The head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Sirianni, right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Activated. How's that process going with him?
Yeah, I think he had a good week of practice, and we'll see. There's still time. We don't have to make that decision until tomorrow. And but I thought he had a good week of practice. It was awesome to get him back out there. He's a great leader, great teammate. Looking forward to when we can get him back.
Has the success on field goals this year changed your game strategy?
Your game strategy is always based off your line. So I guess the best way to answer that, Zach, without giving up too much, is that, when there's a game with the weather where your line changes, or there's a game in a dome where there is no weather situations, that always switches up your strategy of what you do and when you do it, all those different things. So, if the line moves back because, we're making more or whatever, or all those things that go into account. So I guess the short answer is yes.
At the end of the half 2 weeks ago, you sat on the ball, and given it's a situation now where one completion puts you in a long.
What was the time on that?
There was 12 seconds, and you had a timeout.
Yeah. There's times where, that's obviously something that I've always studied. I have actually looked at every end of half under a certain time, right? Because there are moments where you sit on it. There's moments that you don't. In those moments, throughout those studies, right, there's negative things that can happen in those moments as well. But you always take everything. You take the clock into account. You take your amount of timeouts into account. Like, we have a formula for when we do, when we don't. You take. I said the clock, the timeouts, and you take the where you are on the yard line into account. At that particular point, that was the Rams game. We weren't having a lot of success quite there, and that was part. And you take the game flow into account. So that is definitely a good observation by you. That's always something, like, you're always in these modes of 2 minute. What mode? 2 minute is a situation. But there are situations within the situation. What mode of 2 minute are you in? And those things usually are dictated by score, half, clock, all those things I talked about.
When you get a chance to see Jaylen and AJ interact in a way we don't, what do you notice from them, whether it's on the practice field and the facility, about their relationship?
Yeah, just, always trying to get on the same page, always trying to do what they need to do to, to go out there and perform, whether that's in the meeting room, talking through things in the meeting room, whether that's, out on the practice field, getting, the looks of practice, but then also the extra reps on the side. So, I just see two guys that are great pros that, care deeply about winning, and they know that they're, the way they perform, it dictates winning and losing. And, they work hard. They work very hard at that together. To put the best product out on the field that we can.
Nick, to follow up on that, how do you as a coach handle, maybe generally, the way players use or don't use social media? Jaylen, when he talks to us, is very, controlled in what he says. And then, of course, AJ will put things out there, and that's a normal thing nowadays for people of his generation.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds too old to do.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with that?
Yeah. It's just a different form of communication, right? So it's no different than what you talk about when you talk to the media or talk to, whatever. It's the same thing. It's just a different form of communication that, and maybe I don't have social media. I don't get to post anything, or is it get to? Yeah, I don't get to do that. But it's still communication, right? And it's still, just like talking, your words, whatever you put out there is going to get out there, just like you would with your words in this setting. So, we treat it as that.
Vic said earlier this week, the big test for Keely Ringo will be to see how he improves from his week 1 start, his first start. What have you noticed from him maybe during practice this week? Any uptick maybe in confidence or the way he's handling himself?
Yeah, I think he's had a good week. Excited for all our guys, going into this week. It's been a good week of preparation and focusing on our process. And Keely's, been doing a really good job with that to get himself ready to play in any mode. That's what I always admire about Keely is like, okay, last week it was a different mode that he was preparing for, and before that it was for some things on special teams and to be the backup. So Keely's just a really good pro that puts himself in position by the way he works all week to be ready for what he's called upon in the game. And so it's been fun watching that. He played a good game, did some really good things in that Bucks game, big fourth down pass breakup that, gave us the ball back. So, and did some really nice things in coverage. So, looking forward to seeing him play on Sunday.
Do a couple more. How impressed are you with Bo Nix?
Yeah, he's a good football player. Obviously, Sean Payton, outstanding coach, great offensive mind. Has done that for a long time. Had a lot of good success with the quarterback, and I just think, you're seeing that with Bo too. Athletic, really athletic guy. Decisive with the football. I got a lot of respect for his game, and it's obviously early in his career. So. Yeah, a lot of respect for this offense and this team, and particularly Coach Payton and Bo Nix.
Like, what have you seen from Adoree Jackson as kind of the veteran in that pretty young DB room? What kind of impact has he had sort of behind the scenes?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that comes to work, every day. Another great pro. Just trying to get better, and he's seen. Anytime you get a guy that's seen a lot of football. That helps the young guys because he can, he's seen so many different situations, different routes, different types of receivers. And so, that expertise is so valued. Think about that back with Cam and Jason Kelsey, and you think about that back with, Jordan and Jalen Carter with Fletcher Cox. Then you get an opportunity to have a guy in here that's seen a lot of football, and that's good. And we talked about that also with Marcus Epps helping Reed early in Reed's career. So that's always valuable.
All right.
There's Nick Sirianni, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Breaking it down. A couple things, Nakobe Dean looks like he is not going to play. He will not be activated for the game. Wrote an article about Nakobe over on our website, 973ESPN.com, about he was on the injury list yesterday as limited, but what's his role going to be when he comes back? I think that's a big story moving forward here because the defense has not been a problem. So do they want to add this piece into their defense, or does he just kind of stand on the sideline and wait his turn? We'll talk to John McMullen about that coming up next. Plus, is the A.J. Brown drama, has it blown over? John's been at NovaCare all week. Did A.J. diffuse all this? How has it been received in the locker room? We'll ask John McMullen next on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Go to get your game on at the Fanatics Sportsbook in the Gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go where fans become fanatics at the Fanatics Sportsbook in the Gallery. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm confident in Philly. Like, we've seen this before. We've seen this team have to adjust. Think about who they were before the bye week last year and some of the things we were saying that this offense couldn't do. This team was a 500 football team. And then look at the run that they go on. Look at the way that A.J. Brown plays, the way that Saquon Barkley plays, and their quarterback, Jalen Hurts. I'm not concerned about this team, but they also understand that it's time to get it going.
That's Ryan Clark. He said that about the Eagles. He's confident in them. Is he more confident in them than they are in themselves, or is there a aura of confidence around the NovaCare Complex? John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, Sports Illustrated, and right here on the Sports Bash on a Friday edition. Johnny Mac, you got a week now since the Eagles win, which sparked so much conversation. A.J. Brown this and A.J. Brown that, and the offense is this and the offense is that. You've been in that building. Does it feel like just a normal week for the Eagles, or do they understand that they do have issues, at least to the people on the outside looking in?
No, I mean, they understand they have offensive issues. I mean, it's obvious. The numbers are, even if you understand contextually it's not a numbers-based game, they've gone to such a negative degree in some of these passing categories that it's obvious to everybody, and it's certainly obvious to everybody in the building. But I don't think that is much change from last year either. You know, I'm at the point where at some stage you have to accept it. Those outside, I'm not saying those inside, that it's just not what you expect it to be, or it's never going to be what you expect it to be. And that's for people outside. Inside, yeah, they're trying to get better. They're trying to improve. They're always trying to do that. So, but yeah, I mean, everybody's well aware that the passing game right now is not acceptable.
Well, the passing game not acceptable, and obviously one of the players on that team, a key one, A.J. Brown, voices displeasure in some capacity. We don't know what capacity or who it was to, but he did speak on Wednesday. Was that it? He spoke, it's over with, and there's no tension or nothing brewing, and there's nothing boiling at the top of the pot here?
Well, again, I mean, Devontae Smith just got out of the locker room talking to him. I think it's like it's become A.J. Brown because of his profile. Just like last year, and you always bring up the Carolina game, you know, it wasn't just A.J. It was Devontae, it was Jordan Mailata, it was Jalen Hurts, it was a whole conglomerate of people saying, all right, this is not acceptable. The same thing is happening this time where, you know, Devontae does it in a different way. Sometimes he said today when he gets frustrated, he internalizes it better in his own life and sometimes not. And when he was asked, well, how'd you take last week? He said basically no comment because he didn't want, he's not that guy. He's not going to, but clearly he's frustrated. He's gotten less targets than A.J. Brown.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's not just A.J. I think everybody knows that the passing game can't sustain at this level. The difference between this year and last year is you had some good games, you had some bad games, then you had some good games, some bad games, and it would go back and forth. So far, the best you've been able to muster is a good half against the L.A. Rams and a good half against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, and through 4 games, when you're talking about the passing game, you've had 2 good halves, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you had 2 good halves, but this was similar to their success in years past, is it not, or is this different?
Well, the part that's different is you haven't had the good games yet. So, again, last year you had good games early from a passing perspective. But really, if you look at week 6, because that's when they shifted the offense to be more run-heavy, you had a lot of bad games. But you would have the Pittsburgh game as an outlier. You would have, and obviously late in the season, they passed it better in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. But I think a lot of people forget they only had 220 yards against Washington. They only had 240-ish, I think, in the Super Bowl. It wasn't these massive passing numbers. It hasn't been since they've shifted to winning this streak of winning 20 of 21, where they've become very, very cautious and very risk-averse, I would describe it. What has spiked to a ludicrously successful degree is the turnover ratio. So over that span, 42 takeaways, 9 giveaways. So the Eagles seem to have come down to the conclusion that if we don't turn over the football, we're going to win the game, and it's hard to argue with them. But the side effect of that has been a very, very risk-averse offense that does not stress opposing defenses enough to put any kind of fear or any kind of explosive plays yet in the passing game.
Yeah, we're talking with John McMullen, Birds 365. Of course, you can listen to him or watch him there on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can read his stuff over at Sports Illustrated. Eagles taking on the Broncos. We'll dive into that game a little bit here in just a second. But, this is a team. You've been here along for the ride the whole time. 2022, they were 9-8. They made the playoffs. They made the change to kind of a running attack because they just didn't throw the ball very well with Jalen Hurts, and they didn't really have much. That was Davante's rookie season. 2023, they get A.J. Brown, and Jalen has a really good year. But
2021 was the first season. That was Davante.
Right, 2022 was the next year when Hurts took him to the Super Bowl. But part of that year was Jalen had an unbelievable rushing season. He was really good at making the decision on when to pull the RPO, and then the next year the RPO kind of got blown up a little bit. So there has seemingly been a problem with the offense, a little different each and every year.
Yeah, well, I think since you go back to 2021 when, Nick's first year, nobody expected them to be a playoff team, especially after they started 2-5. There were a lot of people calling for Nick's head already, thinking he'd be one and done. And they shifted to become this run-first offense. So really, it hasn't changed since then. The difference is Miles Sanders, DeAndre Swift versus Saquon Barkley. So it got even more run-heavy when Saquon got here last season, which further impacted the passing game. So, again, there's always side effects to when you do certain things, and that has been certainly an issue with the passing game. I think anybody could see that pretty clearly. But they keep winning football games, so there's no reason to toggle back in another direction. And that's, as simplifying it as possible, I think that's what's going on. Now, if they lose a couple games and nobody wants them to lose games, maybe they start thinking about making a sort of philosophical change. But until that happens,
right.
I don't think it's happening, and that's where the frustration stems from AJ and Davante and everybody else because they know it's not coming. I have a tough time criticizing the coaching staff because all they do is win football games.
Right. So you got any indication, I don't want to say Saquon Barkley frustrated, but how's he kind of been through these first 4 weeks where obviously, he's at a lesser output right now than he was with the Giants?
Yeah, he just spoke as well today. Saquon's very, very good with that stuff. I think, you could sense he's like, he tries to almost every week explain that, look, no matter what, I was never getting 2,504 yards again. You and I talked about that a bunch. If somebody does something that's never been done before, it's probably safe to say he's not going to do it again. And that's what Saquon tries to explain every week. But at the same time, you don't expect it to dip to the degree it has, 3.1 yards per carry. So it's got to get better. There isn't offensively, ironically through it all, and I got this question asked on my show because of a Kevin Petullo detractor, and the question was, name one player, even one player that's gotten better this season on offense. And my answer was Jalen Hurts, which I think shocks people. Because I think individually, he's playing better this year than he was last year. And that blows people's minds.
Well, I would also say the sample size is kind of small to say you had a better.
It's very small.
Yeah.
It's very small, but last week, the first half in Tampa Bay, that is the best I have ever seen Jalen Hurts picking up a blitz, ever.
Yep.
best ever.
Well,
First
against
half.
and
By
by the way,
margin.
against the Blitz, the first half, I think he was 7 of 9. He picked them apart, and then Tampa Bay just stopped blitzing.
Yeah, they went simulated pressure in the second half.
Yep.
And he had trouble with that. And who knows, maybe the hit affected him as well. But obviously he's got to play better than that. But if you go all the way back to the Dallas game, again, unconventional. He did it with his legs. It's not unconventional for him. But, you know, he carried that team in that game. You know, I individually, he's having a better season. And again, you're right, very small sample size.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so I think that because I think people think he's playing poorly. I think the defense, the special teams, obviously, and Jalen Hurts are the reason they're 4-0.
Well, the special teams, big time, right? The special teams have been huge for them. A block punt return for a touchdown, a blocked field goal, not once but twice, and returned for a touchdown. I know they didn't need it to be returned for the touchdown, but man, you don't get those once a year maybe, and they've got already 2 touchdowns returned for special teams there. But the game is changing. We're seeing special teams being a much bigger part of football now. I mean, these field goal kickers, Fangio alluded to it, Michael Clay. You know, for 1 week only, Michael Clay was the most interesting coordinator conversation you had to hear. I mean, these kickers, you're going to get a guy kicking a 75-yarder at some point this year, at least attempting one. It's really changing the game and how these teams, you know, what they need to do just to put points on the board. They need to get to like the 45-yard line, and you get a chance at points now. This Bronco team, I want to get your take on, they play a lot of man defense, more man than anybody in the league. Is this a conducive week for Philly, or is this defense not the right defense to try to get right on?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on the pass rush, and obviously they have 2 great edge rushers. And, you know, usually the Eagles are well equipped to handle that with Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata. Lane is going to play. He's been at practice all week. So, you know, if they're able to handle those guys, then, yeah, I think you'll get some opportunities if you want to take them. You know, do they want to take them? Do they want to get risk averse? On the opposite side is the reigning defensive player of the year. And, you know, when you're defensive player of the year playing cornerback, you're pretty good.
Yeah. Right. That's the bugaboo, right? Is they play a lot of man, but you could be going against the best corner in football.
Exactly. And you know, if one of those passes turns into a 50-50 ball going the other way, all of a sudden you've abandoned your thought process as far as the takeaway, giveaway ratio. And all of a sudden you might be in deep water from that perspective. So, look, offensively, I think, you know, they need to improve basically everywhere. The running game, the passing game. So it's hard to say what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to play 2 competent halves of football offensively. I think it's incremental, small steps.
How much, John, to you is the offensive line a big part of the problems they're having?
Well, I think it's overstated from the perspective of look around the league. However, what the Eagles fans are used to, the standard of the offensive line they're used to, it's a significant downgrade this year than last year. Now, coming into last week, PFF had them as the number 1 graded offensive line in the NFL, which, again, contextually, they're still pretty good when you compare them to their peers. Now, they had a bad game in Tampa, especially in the second half. Good in the first half, but bad in the second half like everybody else. And they're down to 3 this week. Number 3
mm-hmm.
in the entire NFL. But again, Landon Dickerson is playing through injuries. He's hurt. Cam Jurgens had a tough time against Vita Vea, which is understandable. You don't have to worry about that this week. Tyler Steen is a growing player who's getting better, and then the tackles are playing at a high level. But you've had to replace Lane Johnson in 2 games because of the stinger/shoulder issue. So still pretty good. But when you compare him to last year's offensive line, which was one of the best ever, literally, it's not at that standard. So it depends how you look at it. You know, the London game this week, you know, Minnesota's down 4 offensive linemen. They already put out the final injury report. 4 offensive linemen. They're, you know, a little hint to everybody, bet on Cleveland. The idea that the Eagles' offensive line is a detriment in this league is crazy.
Well, it's obviously, going to have their hands full this week. This is a very good Denver defense, and obviously the Eagles have struggled on offense. What do you think about the Denver defense, and a quick little overview of what Phillies – and you did ask the question. I think it was you today, John. Let me double-check my trusty transcript here. John McMullen. Yes, Nakobe Dean will not be activated, but the defense hasn't been a problem. It's not like they're, dying to get Nakobe Dean back. I think this is going to be an interesting conundrum for them once he is back. But what does their defense see in Denver? You know, this is not a team that has that number 1 wide receiver. They just got a 100-yard rusher in a game for the first time forever this past week against a terrible Cincinnati. They do have a really good offensive line. The quarterbacks, you know, he's what did Vic say? He's very much like Baker Mayfield. So what kind of challenge does this offense give this defense?
Yeah, they're a little bit better. They do have a very good Cortland Sutton's a very good, I would say, very good receiver that a lot of people don't know about. If he played probably in a bigger market, I think he'd be a bigger deal. But J.K. Dobbins is having a good year, good start to the year at least. So they have a better running game. Bo Nix has not played well coming into his second season. He upped his game a little bit against Cincinnati, but that's kind of a dead team in the wake of Joe Burrow. So you don't know. I just don't like young quarterbacks against Vic Fangio. I just don't like it. He's going to throw a lot of stuff at him. And I think that Baker Mayfield comparison is both true, and I think, that's advantage Eagles because Baker's the kind of guy who takes chances. And so is Bo Nix, but he doesn't have the experience of Baker Mayfield. So the Eagles are going to have an opportunity to take the football away. That's how they thrive. I think he'll give them 2 or 3 shots at it. You look at the interception in the end zone with Baker Mayfield. That was a first down play, Mike. It was a first down play. You know, can Sean Payton get this kid to the mentality of, all right, nothing's there. I'm going to scramble. I'm going to throw this ball away and play second down. Or is he going to try to force it like Baker Mayfield?
Right.
I think that's Vic's backhanded way of this guy's going to give us some chances. And the Eagles need to take advantage of him.
Yeah, I will say I think Nix has been better than I thought he would be. I just thought he'd be a total bust, but he's been better than that. He's one of them guys, in the college game, he got that 5th year kind of like Kenny Pickett did and just dominated that last year he had in college. But other than that, I thought he was one of them guys, just kind of ran around, made plays because he was just so athletic, and I didn't know that would be, and maybe he's not as good as I've given him credit for in the pros here so far. I watched him for a full game last week. That was the best game I've seen him play, right? He had some rips in there, man, where he threw some passes, and you're like, this guy's but he is erratic as a thrower, and you would imagine what you said is accurate, that Vic is looking at a young quarterback that he can really try to confuse.
Yeah, no doubt, and I think that's what he's been good at, for a very long time, to be honest. And he's always had a lot of success against rookie or young quarterbacks, and I think that is likely to continue on Sunday.
All right, John McMullen, everybody. Of course, the Eagles take on the Broncos over at Lincoln Financial Field. It's almost like the undercard, it feels like, this weekend for once, right? I know Nick was asked about it, and, hey, I didn't even, thanks for asking. I wouldn't even have said anything. But it feels like the Eagles are kind of the undercard this weekend for once. Maybe this is something they need to be a little swept under the radar. Although by the time Sunday at 1 o'clock comes, especially if the Phillies lose on Saturday, they might go right back to the main event. But we'll see. Philly and the.
Well, I know one thing, Mike. There will be Eagles chance at the Phillies game. I guarantee you that.
You think so? Well, if Shohei Ohtani's mowing dudes down like the last time he faced the Phillies, you might be right about that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the Phillies have I'm more of a Yankee guy, which pisses people off, but Cam Schlitter had a tremendous start yesterday. So I do like postseason baseball better than regular season baseball because it seems that the starting pitchers have an elevated importance, and teams are willing to go a little bit deeper, and I like that. But it's still about the bullpen. Who has the best bullpen will win the World Series.
Well, it's not the Dodgers, I can tell you that much. That's one spot where the Phillies bullpen's not great either. So you got two teams that have really good starting pitching, pretty good. Well, the Dodgers lineup is really good. The Phillies lineup is good when it's good. It's not when it's not. But I think the Dodgers might have the better starting pitching, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably. But it'll start with Ohtani. He hasn't, when he's on, but he hasn't pitched a lot. So that'll be interesting. And if you got to win, you got to get game one. I agree with you. Got to get game one.
All right, real quick before we roll, Dory Jackson, is he in or out for this game?
Yeah, I mean, the injury report will come out. He's practiced fully, so okay. I think he's going to be in.
Is he in? Well, I mean, is he in? I guess I should say, is he in or out in terms of if he's back, does he get his job back? I mean, Vic indicated that they liked what Ringo and that it's possible that he could keep that spot.
Yeah, I got a tough feel on what, because I don't think Vic likes either of them, to be honest. But I'm leaning towards more that Keely Ringo will start again. That's what I'm leaning towards.
Yep. Okay. I think that was it on the injury list. Calcaterra was sick yesterday. Everybody else seemed to be okay.
He was back.
What do you think is going to happen with Dean? Like, this is going to be tough, right? This is like putting a square peg round hole, trying to figure out what to do with him.
Yeah, it is. It's difficult because Vic loves him. There's no. I can't get a feel for what Vic feels about Dory Jackson, Keely Ringo, who he likes better. Well, he loves Nakobe as a player and what he did for him last year. So it's a little bit more complicated, but Jahad Campbell has played so well. You can't take him off the field. And a lot of people said, well, then you move Campbell to edge defender. Vic has made it very clear he's not ready to do that yet. You don't want to move Zach Bond to the edge because he's too impactful a linebacker. So maybe he'll have a sub package for Nakobe when he gets back. But I think you saw he went to Instagram himself to say he's not going to be activated. I think he wanted to be activated for this game, and maybe the Eagles are pushing it off because they don't have an answer.
Right.
And ultimately, I think the answer is he's going to be a backup player and a special teams player mainly.
Wow. All right, well, we'll see that unfold. That'll be something coming out here because I'm sure he's itching to get back out in the field. He's been practicing limitedly this week. We'll see it all unfold. Eagles and Broncos right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage at noon on Sunday. Kickoff at 1. John McMullen has more at JF McMullen. Follow him and everywhere. He'll be pontificating more about this game all weekend long, I'm sure. John, appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, there's Johnny Mack. He's back on Monday's show. We'll recap it all. 5 o'clock with Johnny Mack right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, when you look at, two things in this game that are interesting. The Phillies and the Dodgers series, you got the two great starting pitching matchups. The Eagles and the Bronco game, you've got the Broncos, the number 1 rated offensive line in football. Pro Football Focus says so anyway, if you like those numbers. They're number 1, and Buffalo right now is number 2, Philadelphia number 3. And the Eagles' offensive line has not even been themselves so far this year. But the one strength of Denver's offense is their offensive line. They have a really good offensive line, so it's going to be tough to get pressure this week against them. We'll dive more into that game next. Nick Ferguson, the former safety from the Denver Broncos, joins us on the other side for today's Outside View.
Code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 3:32 Sports Bash Live. Man, we are busy. Got the Phillies and the Dodgers tomorrow. We got the Eagles and the Broncos on Sunday. We just got the Eagles side of things with John McMullen. We're going to get the outside view. 10-year NFL safety Nick Ferguson played 5 seasons for the Denver Broncos. Follow him on Twitter X at @NickFerguson_25 and check out his YouTube channel, The Nick Ferg Show. The Nick Ferg Show is coming to my show right now to give us some insight on the Philadelphia Eagles, Denver Broncos from the outside view. It's right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And our outside view is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. There's Nick Ferguson. This is the outside view on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. This should be a good one, Nick. What's going on, man? Good to see you again.
Yeah, it should definitely be a good one because there's a lot of cross ties like Zach Brown. Your starting linebacker was a guy that the Broncos were eyeing in free agency, but the Eagles kind of locked him up. But also, we can't talk football in this matchup. We talk about Vic Fangio and what his defense has done thus far, not just, being with the Eagles, but Vic Fangio played against the same Sean Payton offense a couple of years ago. And you might remember Vic Fangio was a member of the Miami Dolphins when the Broncos had that lopsided loss to Mike McDaniels and the Dolphins.
Yeah, well, I know, and the media here kept trying to ask Vic about his time in Denver. He's like, well, what do you guys care so much about my time in Denver? He kind of just said, hey, that's 4 years. That's dog years in this world here. So he obviously didn't want to kind of bring it back up. But I want to ask you as a defensive guy, when you watch Philly and what they do defensively, it has kind of kept them in. They are 4-0 in large part because of what that defense has done, because we'll talk about their offensive struggles. But what does Vic's defenses do that give teams problems?
Well, the first and foremost, anytime that you can be disruptive with your front four, that allows you to do so much in the back end and be creative and rob. Like if a team has a wide receiver like a Cortland Sutton, who is Bo's one of his biggest targets, it allows you to be able to double that guy and force someone else to beat you. And I've always been a fan of Vic Fangio's defense, even when he was here as a member of the Denver Broncos as their head coach. He comes up with such elaborate schemes, but I think maybe this is the first time in his career that he's had a front four like the Eagles have, which is going to present a lot of issues for the Broncos.
Yeah, the Broncos offense. I want to get your take on that because Philadelphia, obviously, they don't have a great pass rush. Vic doesn't like to blitz all that much, although he's blitzed more this year. You mentioned Zach Bond. He's a key piece. Quinyon Mitchell has been great this year. If you're Vic Fangio and you're trying to game plan Sean Payton's offense with what he has this year, who's the guy? Where do they do best?
Well, I mean, it starts and ends with Jordan Davis for me. A guy who is a penetrator, a guy who's a disruptor. And from a defensive standpoint, I always look at, defenses as far as who's that penetrating guy and how well the defense runs and chase. And what I mean by that is once you get penetration, let's say the ball is thrown outside, there's a run outside. Do you have the guys with the athleticism to turn their hips, anticipate, and now run down that line and chase? Because that's where a lot of turnovers are definitely created. And if you go back and you look at the game against the Tennessee Titans, that defensive front, which is not as talented as the Eagles defensive front, gave the Broncos some issues. Even the Chargers, defensive front gave the Broncos issues. So when I started to look at the comparable between the Broncos offensive line and the Eagles defensive line, I had to give the nod to the defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. If they can be disruptive, if they can play on the opposite side of the ball, but more importantly, here's what helps the defense. A week ago, you guys played Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Vic said it himself. When you look at Bo, you compare Bo to a younger Baker Mayfield. So it's about keeping those mobile quarterbacks inside that tackle box and make them play the quarterback position.
Yeah, so Baker's got really good weapons out there, some established weapons. What about the complement of weapons that Bo Nix has? How do they factor into this game? Because I think, we were just talking to our Eagles guy beforehand, and he mentioned Cortland Sutton, who he said, if he played maybe in a bigger market or that team was, had more long-term success, he should be more well-known. So do the Broncos have talent that just isn't getting enough attention?
Yeah, they do. And sometimes that goes back to how well the game is being called. So far this season, we haven't seen the Broncos play what I would consider to be a complementary game where all three phases kind of contribute in a major way. We can look at the Bengals game and say, yeah, the Broncos blew them out, but that was expected, right? That was expected playing against the Bengals, but this is a great challenge for the Broncos and their personnel and how well Sean Payton comes out with his game plan, because the Broncos haven't utilized all the talent that they have. They haven't really utilized Evan Ingram, who was supposed to come in and be this so-called, and I'm giving you air quotes here, the joker, the difference maker. He hasn't really truly been involved. So this is a game that we'll get a chance to see Sean Payton's brilliance versus the brilliance of Vic Fangio. So the chess match begins on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm interested in this chess match. We're talking with Nick Ferguson, 10-year NFL safety. Follow him on the X platform at Nick Ferguson _25. And check out his YouTube channel, The Nick Ferg Show. And, Nick, the Broncos defense, very good, plays a lot of man, more man than anybody in the league. The Eagles have struggled with the zone, so much so that A.J. Brown is now unhappy because they can't figure out how to give him the ball. Dallas zoned them 90% of the snaps. That's not what Denver does, but will they do it this week?
Well, based on the success of prior defensive units, you'll probably see a mixture of zone coverage. But, each zone and man coverage comes with its pros, but also comes with its cons as well. And the fact that A.J. Brown decided to voice his opinion, there are people who were upset with him for saying so, and he kind of walked it back a little. Being a football player and playing on the defensive side of the ball, I'm all for it, right? I played against Terrell Owens when he was a member of the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm all for those guys pounding the table and saying, give me the damn ball. That's how you know that guys have that competitive drive. But once again, it's going to be a matching of wit. As far as the offense from the Philadelphia Eagles being able to match what Vance Joseph has done. And right now, the Broncos defense are relying on these two edge rushers. You're talking about Nick Benito on one side, Jonathan Cooper on the other. That's 15 sacks thus far. And if my numbers are correct, that's only 5 sacks for the Eagles defense so far this season.
Yeah, the Eagles defense, not a lot of sacks. They lost a lot. You mentioned the edge rushers. That's where this battle is interesting because you do have Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata. That's the strength of the Eagles' offensive line. But their offensive line has not been nearly as dominant this year as it's been in their runs the last couple of years, and that's part of why this offense has kind of struggled. They can't run the ball. The Eagles can't run the ball. But what does Denver do against the run? Because could Philly get right running the ball this week?
Yeah, there's a possibility because there's ways to utilize your running back. So it's not just this whole idea, run the ball, because I don't subscribe to that. It's about how effectively you're deploying your running backs. For a guy like Saquon Barkley, I wouldn't just try to run him between the tackles. He is a guy who excels well when you get him on the perimeter. Why, you ask? Because there are less guys outside. It's just basic mathematics. You put him outside, and if you go back to Jonathan Taylor early in the season when the Broncos played the Colts, he was able to find success, and he found success especially when the Broncos were in man coverage because they were having issues communicating. Who's going to take one guy? The linebackers were out leveraged. That is the one way you can take advantage. But I'll say this to Philly fans. I know the offense hasn't been running as efficient as we saw it last year. There's a reason because the Philadelphia Eagles play more games than most teams. Guys are going to get beat up more. So now you're dealing with that fatigue and guys being injured, and now that's playing out in the following season after you won the Super Bowl. So that's kind of the effects that you're seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing a offensive that struggles, Can't throw the ball. You mentioned AJ kind of saying how unhappy he's been, yet they're 4-0 with an offense that has really struggled. Their defense has really carried them. What do you make, Nick Ferguson, of all the special team stuff going on? Block field goal, block punt for a touchdown, and how the game is now changing with 60-plus yard field goals are now in play.
Well, you know what? As a guy that played for special teams my entire career and cut my teeth playing special teams, I absolutely love it because, the kicking game, I mean, when we all see the kicker line up, we get up if we're sitting at home, we go get a drink. But now it's almost like watching a Mike Tyson fight. You have no idea what's going to happen. And in the Rams game, they had 2 blocks, and then Jordan Davis scoops one and runs back. We're seeing more longer field goal attempts. We're seeing more coaches go for it on 4th and 1, but also we're seeing more block kicks. As a special teams guy, I love it. I love the fact that you can turn the tables by blocking a field goal. And the years in the past, we thought, oh, those were just chip shots. Those are no longer chip shots because those are game-changing plays, and this is exactly what the league wanted. They wanted more emphasis, more excitement in the kicking game, and we've gotten it so far this season.
We absolutely have. We'll leave with this, Nick. I mean, obviously, Bo Nix, you mentioned that Vic Fangio compared him to Baker Mayfield, a guy who can get out of the pocket, can do a lot of things. What have you seen from this young quarterback through last year, and then has he already made and shown improvements? I think if you look at Denver and look at their first 3 games of the season, and then you only watch him against the Bengals, you would say, whoa, this guy's really good. But what kind of season has he had leading this offense?
Well, for me, Bo hasn't had the type of sophomore season that I would have anticipated. Now, don't get me wrong. Bo is a very talented guy, and I've told him this during training camp. He's one of the better quarterbacks, younger quarterbacks in the league, throwing the ball on the move out on the perimeter because those are some of the toughest throws to make. And I know Sean Payton is used to having Drew Brees, and a lot of those, throwback coaches want their quarterback to throw from the pocket. The game has changed. It continues to evolve. So you letting those players who are very athletic get on the perimeter, this is where Bo's at his best. Now, something that he hasn't really cleaned up and they haven't really emphasized is his footwork. Sometimes it'll be a little sloppy in the pocket. He'll throw off one leg, but still he's a very talented guy that you can't take for granted. And I'll add this. The Broncos haven't had that many sacks on the season. Well, no sacks on the season. All that's due in part because of Bo Nix being able to move in the pocket.
Well, this one should be fun. Obviously, Denver's got to come here to Philadelphia. Eagles have been really tough. They've been tough everywhere. They've won 20 out of 21. But a lot of people look at this Broncos team as kind of an unassuming type of team that maybe could come in and sneak a win in Philadelphia. Nick Ferguson broke it down. He's our outside view. 10-year NFL safety, 5 years with those Denver Broncos. Follow him on the Twitter X platform at @NickFerguson_25 and check out his YouTube channel, The Nick Ferg Show. And he's always kind enough to break down the Broncos. And we talk NFL. We saw him down at the Super Bowl talking some football with us here on the Sports Bash. Nick, always good to catch up with you, man.
Until next time, my friend.
All right. If there's the next time, that means the Eagles and the Bucs are playing in the Super Bowl. And if not, maybe we'll see Nick at the Super Bowl this year in Santa Clara. That's where Radio Row will be. We will be there. Hopefully the Eagles will join us. We'll see. Nick Ferguson, we appreciate him joining us on the Sports Bash. And don't forget, Eagles-Broncos this Sunday. You can listen to the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. The pregame starts at 12. And, of course, the kickoff with Merrill Reese, Mike Quick, is at 1 p.m. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it's today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day, followed by a little football at 4, Adam Caplan. And my Friday 5, we'll go back to my summer Friday 5 for week 5 and compare it with the real Friday 5. That's all coming up in the 4 o'clock hour right here on the Sports Bash.
Major League Baseball's Division Series. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Los Angeles Dodgers, the 2 favorites to win the World Series, go head-to-head in a best-of-5. Welcome to October.
Grand slam, Kyle Schwarber, and this place is going bananas.
Game 1 of the Dodgers and Phillies. Coverage begins tomorrow on ESPN Radio.
It's the NLDS Phillies-Dodgers, Game 1 on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 6:30.
Bally Bet Sportsbook.
Yo, Bally Bet stacked for
football season. When it comes to sportsbook apps, it's undefeated. Check out that brand new Parlay Zone. Here's the kickoff. Build your bets and place them right on your phone. What? Live bets, daily boosts, and promos. Increase your odds so you can win more dough. Touchdown! Bally Bet's the play. Make game day more fun and download it today. Must be 21 plus and present in New Jersey. See site for full terms and conditions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966. Bally Bet, Sportsbook and Casino. Download it.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-936-4807. 800-936-4807. That's 800-936-4807. Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season's back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas. They have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem, with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit them in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com.
Progressive's Teen Driver Discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Discover what it means to be wrapped in complete care at Complete Care Health Network. With services ranging from primary care, dentistry, pediatrics, women's and men's health, pharmacy, specialty care, and more, Complete Care makes healthcare convenient, affordable, and accessible for all families and individuals, including the uninsured and those on Medicaid and Medicare. Schedule an appointment at one of our 18 sites in Cape May, Cumberland, and Gloucester counties, including our new Williamstown location. Call 856-451-4700 or visit CompleteCareNJ.org and get wrapped in complete care today.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Obviously, you want the ball and then you're winning at the same time. But, I think for everybody who goes out there in the offseason, puts in the work, you want to be able to allow your work to speak for itself, and not being able to have the opportunities for him as much as he wants to can definitely be frustrating. Last year they won the Super Bowl and he was reading a book on the sideline, so I don't think it's a time to hit the panic button for the Eagles, but, he wants to rock, and as receivers, we all do.
That's former Penn State wide receiver, 2015 Pro Bowl wide receiver, Allen Robinson on Unsportsmanlike this morning. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. All wide receivers want the ball like A.J. Brown does. I like how he mentions, they read a book on the sideline and they won the Super Bowl. Is that a positive, a negative? I don't know. Is he trying to say he was reading a book on the sideline and they ended up winning the Super Bowl? Or, all of this stuff when it pertains to wide receivers gets blown out of proportion. That's how I read it, is that, hey, the guy read a book on the sideline. People complained about that, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that, we're hearing more and more current and former players, Mike, talk about how...
Sir Nick Ferguson.
Right. This is just how wide receivers are.
Yeah, he said he likes it. He's like, as a defensive player, I want my wide receiver to want the ball, right? He said he played against T.O. Pound your chest and say you want the ball. Doesn't seem like Nick Ferguson thinks it's a distraction for the Eagles. By the way, our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day is brought to you by White Horse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at White Horse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. It's been a good weekend to have an RV. Just park it at the complex up in South Philadelphia.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, you got, Flyers? Don't the Flyers play?
Flyers play at
12:30 tomorrow?
Yeah.
So you park the RV. You do a little Flyers.
Hang out. Go to the Phillies game in the evening.
Yeah.
By the way,
stay overnight.
Well, here's the deal. Even if you can't get regular tickets, I'm probably sure it's sold up now. Just get walk-up tickets and hang out at one of the restaurants.
You don't even know to go in. You had the RV. You can hang out at the RV all day.
You can do that too. But then you got the Eagles game and tailgate.
That's my point with the RV. The RV is a tremendous tailgating possibility. Anyway,
back to Robinson.
Allen Robinson. All wide receivers want the ball. I'm at the point, as a Friday got here, and Sal Paolantonio, we'll talk about this a little bit later tonight. He said, look, the Eagles aren't looking to trade A.J. Brown. I think the Eagles understand that A.J.'s frustrated and are probably happy that he's frustrated because they probably needed someone to be the bad guy here, and A.J. is a willing participant.
I think it's also the fact that, and I'm not trying to be that guy, but it does seem like the only people who think this is a problem, Mike, are people who don't play football. You notice that? It's a lot of talking heads, a lot of faceless people on social media.
What it is when you are winning and winning and winning, and you are a society of complainers, you need something to complain about. Because we live in a society right now where, if you haven't noticed, not a lot of people agree with each other.
A lot of negativity.
And it's, I'm right, you're wrong. It can't be, hey, you know what? We both have a point here.
Right.
Right now, the point is people want something to complain about when it comes to a team that hasn't lost yet. Because, God forbid, we say, hey, you know what? That team's 4-0 and they're pretty freaking good. No, it's, well, you can't be that good. You're 4-0, but you're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. And A.J. Brown complaining on a team that's 4-0, it's like, God forbid. By the way, the Eagles have ruled out Nakobe Dean. Dallas Goedert, Jalen Carter, and Lane Johnson are all good to go. Football at 4 next.
Hey, this is Josh Hennig inviting you to join me this Saturday for Hanging with Hennig at 12 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. We will preview Game 1 of the Phillies-Dodgers series on Saturday night and break down the key matchups for Eagles-Broncos on Sunday. Guests for this Saturday show include AP senior NFL insider Rob Motti, Phillies and Eagles Spanish radio broadcaster Oscar Buttigieg, plus fantasy football analyst Andy McNamara. Hanging with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN is sponsored by Tropicana Atlantic City and the Gridiron Pit, the ultimate watch and wager experience featuring high-definition TVs and table games. Powered by Caesars Sportsbook, the only sportsbook app offering you Caesars rewards. Yesterday's Creekside Tavern, with the sound on for every Phillies and Eagles game at South Jersey's best sports bar in Marmora, and Clemic Performance Method in Egg Harbor Township. That's Hanging with Hennig every Saturday at 12 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN FM and streaming live on YouTube and X in the Dr. Squatch virtual studio.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW X1, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ew, Dad, why are toenails so ugly and yellow?
If you're like me and suffer from toenail fungus, please pay close attention. Let's face it, toe fungus is embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off and hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody. But nail fungus isn't just a cosmetic problem, it can also be dangerous. Even a small spot can spread and get worse. But no matter what I tried, it seemed like my fungus would never go away. Then I discovered Crystal Flush, the new and different FDA-registered at-home treatment. This unique two-step system flushes out fungus at its source and reverses damaged nails. Finally, me and thousands of others are free from fungus. And you can be too.
Crystal Flush is not available in stores, but you can try it risk-free for 60 days. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Show off your toes with confidence. Go to crystalflush.com now. CRYSTAL flush.com.
Hey, it's Brighton Richards with Apex East Roofing. You know, the blonde-haired girl in the original pink truck. When it comes to roofing, don't be fooled by imitators. Go with the original. The original pink truck means Apex East Roofing is on the job. Locally owned, quality guaranteed, accept no imitations. Get a price on your new roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com.
Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Adam Caplan's in the house today. He's set to join us in just a couple of moments. Eagles and Broncos. Couple betting trends on the game I'm going to share with you before Adam jumps on board here to try to help you make a couple bucks in the game. You know, the Eagles are a favorite in the game. 5.5. The number is 44.5 is the over/under. The Eagles are 9-3 against the spread in their last 12 games as a favorite. They are 5-1 in their last 6 against the spread. They are 3-0 against the spread in their last 3. Can you imagine a team that has all these problems and they keep covering? The Broncos are 0-4 against the spread in their last 4 road games. So this is a team that has struggled on the road in terms of covering the spread. And, of course, the Eagles at 5.5-point favorite. The Eagles injury report is out. Nakobe Dean is the only one on the injury list that will not play in the game. Everybody else so far is a full go. Jahad Campbell did not practice today for a personal reason, but he should be good to go for the game on Sunday. Let's take a look at it right now. It's Football at 4. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms and right here on Football at 4. Adam, happy Friday.
Yeah, same to you, my friend. Week 5, Eagles will host the Broncos on Sunday. And beautiful weather. It's going to be a good day. We got the Phillies, of course, sandwich in between on Saturday and Monday. It's going to be a really good sports weekend. Let's hope for the locals that it turns out well.
Well, let's dive into some of the things that we're going to be keeping an eye on for this one here. And the Eagles, how about one of the talks all the way back to Tuesday, we had Vic Fangio talking about a possible lineup change and how it could impact the Eagles' defense. What happens at corner and how could it impact this game on Sunday?
Yeah, let me explain how coaches – this is strictly from experience. So, okay, Dory Jackson clearly won the starting job, but was never close over Ringo. We've outlined this now for 3 years, what Ringo's problems are: stiffness, unable to stop and start, transition stuff, really good straight line speed, size, all that, right? He has actually improved, Mike, over the last 2 years, but not nearly enough. And this is 2 years in a row that he clearly got beaten. Was never close between him and Rodgers, and then him and Dory Jackson. Now, you fast forward to now, right? So Jackson was a start. He got hurt. He had not been playing well, Mike. He got smoked in the first game. Really did not play well. Inconsistent after that. So some good snaps, some not as good. Then he has a groin injury. So he's missed time. Now, coaches do not believe that a player, if he gets hurt, that he can't lose his job. That adage is gone. I thought that was true when I first started covering the league. No, it's about performance. And look, Ringo, as we noted on Inside the Birds, when the ball was not thrown to him, he moved well. One source who I spoke with said that saw 2 snaps where he would have been beaten had the ball been thrown to him. Now, the guy didn't say a touchdown. He didn't elaborate. But as Vic said, Vic was not lying. He was sticky. That means you're on your guy. He didn't get away from you. So that's important. But, again, he barely got thrown at. So, to me, in a matchup like this, Mike, when they play Denver, who's got one of the deepest receiver cores, they've got size, they've got speed. Cortland Sutton is a really good football player. Big guy, right? Who's been in the league a long time. He's overcome an ACL injury, really good football player. Marvin Mims and Torrey Franklin could flat-out fly. Pat Bryant was one of my favorite receivers for the draft. He's their 4th receiver out of Illinois. He's a rookie this year. And they have enough to challenge whoever plays opposite him. So the way that you evaluate this corner position opposite Mitchell is, we're at the point now it looks the best in practice. Now that Jackson is seemingly over his injury, he took some work today. He actually took a lot of work today, but it's a Friday practice. What does the tape tell Vic Fangio in terms of, okay, this looks good. You know what? We're going to play this guy. So that's how I'll answer that. That's where he has to be at this. I'm sorry, Jackson was not good enough to keep the job. That's the point. I know the way coaches think. When you have uncertainty at a position, he opened up a can of worms when he said, he didn't rule out when he was asked. It was a good question. Could Ringo keep the job? He said it could happen.
Yeah, it's possible, right?
Yeah, he said it's possible. Yep. So he could have said no.
Yeah,
I don't see that. He did.
Very matter of fact.
Yes, Mike. Before we move on, what you just said is the point. When Vic shoots something down, he shoots it down. He doesn't believe in narratives. He'll shoot it down. But if he thinks something could happen, yes. Because, look, Ringo gives you ideal size. And it's not like Ringo's in-game snaps at times have been terrible. Yeah, as he had some snaps where he got beaten games before, the little he's played, yes. there's something there with him, but he's so limited in certain things. Like Sean Payton. Remember, Sean Payton went on the record with Peter King many years ago, and he admitted that they were going after Sidney Brown. Well, if Ringo plays because of his issues, they're pro people who they provide advanced work. They will let Sean Payton know, okay, here's the issues with Ringo, so that's just the way it is.
All right, you mentioned you don't lose your job due to injury, or it used to be that way.
Yeah,
it looks
anymore.
like this might be the case. What happens at linebacker with Dean, who has been ruled out, but he is back on the field in a limited fashion? This one seems like it's going to be the next big decision this coaching staff is going to have to make.
Well, it's really not a decision. So let me just explain what I told you before the season started. I said, Mike, there was zero chance if Campbell plays well, he'll lose the job. None. Because he's a first-round pick. Now, I'll tell you, I am a little surprised, Mike. What he's done so far, Jihad Campbell, is what we expected to see in year two. It's just the knock on Campbell, because he was relatively new to the inside backer position, linebacker overall, because remember, he went to Alabama as a pass rusher, and he got moved by the necessity. He had played linebacker for roughly off and on 3 seasons. The thought was that he would be behind mentally. Remember, Mike, he had shoulder surgery in the offseason.
Yep.
Well, he is so far advanced, Mike. This is Mike. We don't talk about this enough with you, and also in Inside the Birds. This coaching staff is so damn good. This Bobby King, who came over from the Titans, and how about Nick admitting that it was Howie Roseman who hired him? Now, I don't know what that did. Did he suggest him? Because Nick has final say in his coaching staff. So I don't know how that happened. I don't know how he knew about him, but the secret sauce of this, obviously it's players first, but it's coaches 1A. It never changes. You can't win without good coaching, and you can't win without good players. Jihad Campbell is so good right now, and just think about it. There's still a lot he needs to learn, but he's being coached so well, and he's eager, and he works hard, and he cares. I'm sorry. Dean was a great player last season. I'm with everybody. It's a shame that he got hurt. He suffered a devastating knee injury. Even if he looks good, what'll happen is you're talking special teams. He could help a little bit in the base defense, where Jihad sometimes may overrun or maybe hit the wrong gap, but that's a minor role. And also, listen, this is the most that Campbell's going to play in his life because of the NFL season. So, yeah, you could find him to back him up, but Jihad Campbell's a starter. They're not discussing that. Oh, yeah, let's see. Who are we going to play, Dean over Campbell? No, they're not discussing that. Campbell's a starter, period.
All right, Adam Caplan, football at 4. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this, preseason is, what if this kid plays so well that you just can't get him off the field?
I can't believe it. That's it, Mike. We'll talk more to Greg Cosell about this on the pregame show because Denver, by the way, they could run the football, and the Eagles are getting hit hard on misdirection, so we're going to talk about that when we tape it today.
All right, and the other thing was that Fangio did kind of acknowledge that Campbell's not really ready to be a pass-rushing edge rusher or whatever you want to. So it doesn't sound like they're ready to move him out of the role that he's currently in either. So I don't know what that does for Dean. It sounds like it keeps Dean on the sideline.
Well, no, but one thing is, Mike, he actually, now it's not really as an edge rusher, he's more of an add-in defender against the run. He actually, the last couple of weeks, has lined up on the ball more instead of an inside backer. About Greg Cosell, his guys at NFL Films charted 18 to 19 snaps a game over the last 2 where he's on the ball more, but he's really, it's more as a fifth defender on their line. It's not so much as it's really not as an edge rusher. Anyway, he's playing more on the ball than we expected, but it's not as an edge rusher. It's more to help the run defense. But now, there's no question in my mind, at some point later in the season, he's going to get true edge rush snaps. That's going to happen.
Okay.
But understand something.
Looking forward to that.
But here's the thing, Mike. This is what fans don't seem to understand. Oh, well, Dean will take Campbell's place. You can't play 12 players. You're only allowed 11. Who's coming off the field?
Well, exactly.
They don't think about that.
That has been the big thing is, how do you kind of wedge him into the field here? Yeah. You can't, keep both those guys on there, and it seems that Campbell has really earned a spot. I just had Nick Ferguson on, former Broncos safety.
Oh, I know Nick.
Yeah, great dude. Broke down, and Nick really played for the Broncos, so we had him talking Broncos. But he also played a lot of special teams in his career, and the role of special teams in kick returns, punt returns, field goals. The kicking game has changed so much. Michael Clay was the star of the Tuesday because Vic Fangio said, ask him about these kicking balls. But the Eagles, the return game, all that stuff, the kick return, punt return roles, and how the special teams has affected this season.
Look, their punt kickers are phenomenal. I mean, Braden Mann, what a waiver claim he was for the Eagles from the Steelers, and Jake Elliott's all the way back physically. There's no question he's been phenomenal. Now they have a new long snapper, at least temporarily, and Cal Adamitis. But the only part of special teams that's not been special is the return game. It's been very disappointing. Now they've got a lot of guys to do it. Shipley's over his injury. A.J. Dillon, John Mechie, Tank Bigsby, and Xavier Gibson, former Jet. They're all vying for it in practice, to be the kickoff returners. You need to have two. By the way, one thing I was told, though, by a special teams coach on my training camp tour, I forgot to mention this. Because of the rules, you really would like to have a guy with size because it's almost the way the returns are now because it's different than it used to be. The contact's different. It's kind of like you'd like a power guy to return it. That would explain why Bigsby and Dillon are back there. So just keep that in mind. Now, punt returns really don't look great. I don't understand, Mike, why they're not giving Britton Covey a chance, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we'll see if Covey gets in there at some point. Xavier Gibson's another guy they signed. We haven't seen him yet. We've seen a little bit of Mechie's been the other guy back there. Dotson's been doing the punt returning for the Eagles. Give us some quick thoughts, Adam.
Yeah.
You talk to people all over the league. You guys obviously studied for this game. Some thoughts on this Broncos team because they are kind of, under the radar a little bit. They did make the playoffs last year, 10-7. They got off to a weird start this year. And then if you watched Monday Night Football, they blew the doors off Cincinnati. So you might be saying, if that was the only time you saw them, you said, man, this team's really good. But they've had kind of an up-and-down start.
They have. Bo Nix has been up and down, but you see the talent. Look, they beat two bad teams. You mentioned the Bengals without Joe Burrow and the Titans at Week 1. They choked against the Colts. They had that game won at Indy. And then the guy had on special teams on last field goal to win the game for the Colts. The guy misses it. But the Broncos had a leverage play, and then they got to kick again. They won it. And then they had a lead in the fourth quarter against the Chargers, but Justin Herbert brought them back in Week 3. So, yeah, they could easily have been 4-0, Mike. I mean, that's it. They have a good defense under Vance Joseph. They're super deep receiver. Obviously, they have Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, who's the other corner, who some teams thought would be a safety. He's a corner. They're good at linebacker. Alex Singleton, by the way, got that big contract, and he's been a good player despite coming off the ACL injury. Really good front, good edge rushers. It's a good football team. They play close games usually. Now, I know last week's game was not close, but the Bengals can't move the football. And they shocked me last year. I did not see them as a playoff team. Bo Nix, Mike, I'll leave you with this, is way better. I had friends who were in scouting that gave him a third-round grade. They saw him as a low-end starter. It's been better than people thought he would be. Now, he was bad at Auburn. Then he transferred to Oregon, and he's been a pretty good football player. And it's really amazing he gets to play with Troy Franklin, his college teammate, who was a receiver and a draft pick last year.
They play man defense more than any other team in football. The Eagles see a lot of zone. We'll see if A.J. Brown with man coverage, although the man coverage is Patrick Surtain, the reigning defensive player. This is going to be a fun one.
By the way, Jason Avant told me, I remember asking him over the years with us, he loved man coverage, man. Receivers generally do because you can't zone them off. You like just beating your man. So, yeah, it'll be a good matchup, Mike. It really will be. It should be tight. What's the spread on this game?
5.5, Philadelphia.
Ooh, that's a tough one, man. I would not touch that one. I clean up 10. I don't bet, but 10-3 last week. For Sports Grid, I usually pick 4 or 5 games. It was not what I was expecting. I like so many games, but I'm 0-1, man. I like the Rams last night. What the heck? What is wrong with them? Jeez.
Managed very poorly down the stretch, let's say.
I'm so mad. Sean McVay's a good coach, but, man, that's embarrassing.
Yes, it was, the way that they managed the end of that game. By the way, it's 4.5 at another sports book. So if you find it, shop around, everybody, and find your pick. He's Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. That was Football at 4. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, everybody. Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. The injuries report for the Eagles. The only guy listed as out is Nakobe Dean. Everybody else is back. Calcaterra, Carter, Goddard, Dory, and Lane Johnson. Dean was a full participant in practice today. But remember, his 21-day window is open, so they are not quite ready to open the window for him to let him play. But he is back on the practice field full-time, and they're going to have a decision to make there as well. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. It's time now for the Friday Five, brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing in Northfield, Absecon, Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow. You know, I still have a couple pints of my Jersey Cow left from when we did the show there live.
Why haven't you eaten them yet?
Well, I just had to. He gave me so many of them. I would be gluttonous if I ate all that ice cream. But it's a little treat on the weekend here. You wait for the weekend. You know what today is? Friday, which means we've reached the weekend. Jersey Cow.
See, now you are very particular about your drinks, but see, if I had some of that ice cream, I might actually, mix it with some stuff. It's like one of those, float drinks.
Oh, I'm out on that. If I'm getting ice cream, I want the ice cream. I mean, I'll do a milkshake every now and then, but.
Well, it's like a milkshake, but it's with alcohol.
There you go. Good for you. All right, Friday Five in the summertime. These were my 5 games that I thought would be the best 5 games in the summer. Baltimore-Houston, woof.
Lamar Jackson out.
Yes.
Along with 5 other players.
Yikes. That's 2 1-3 teams.
Well, one of them is going to lose, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Baltimore Ravens.
San Francisco Rams, they played last night.
Yeah.
So, Cincy Detroit, woof.
I mean, no Joe Burrow is a huge blow to that game.
Washington Chargers, that'll probably, I would imagine, be on my list. We'll see in a minute. I haven't looked at the schedule this week. And Tampa Seattle. So Tampa Seattle being on this list tells me the schedule stinks this week. All right, let's take a look at the week's games and see if I can put together a good Friday Five for the people out there. My 5 favorite games that don't include the Eagles. It's affectionately known as the Friday Five. How about Tampa Seattle will stay on the list.
Naturally.
Has to. They're both 3-1 teams. Washington, L.A., Chargers, they're on the list. Kansas City, Jacksonville. That wasn't on the list originally. That's 2-3. Jacksonville's 3-1. Kansas City's 2-2.
Jacksonville might be this year's worst the first team, the way things are going.
I don't know that I can find 2 more games.
Can I throw some suggestions to you?
I mean, Minnesota-Cleveland doesn't do anything for me. I know it's a London game.
You typically like the London games.
I
too.
do. I will be on my way to the ferry at that point tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Which means I can watch the game on the ferry.
You could, yes, but it might not be your Friday Five, which probably shouldn't be because basically 4 out of the 5 Vikings starting offensive linemen are not playing.
I think take the under is a good play in that game.
Honestly,
although the under is like 35.
If I can give away one of my picks, I'll give it to you right here. I actually have the Vikings team total under.
Ooh.
I think that might be the better play because the over-under right now is 36.5. And this feels like a game.
Cleveland can't score either, though.
Yeah, but this feels like a game where it's like a couple defensive touchdowns,
17-3.
turnovers.
17-3.
I see a lot of turnovers.
I think 17's a lot of turnovers means not a lot of points.
But those turnovers can turn to touchdowns.
Maybe. I got under. Your play's fine, too.
Like, Josh, you're fine, but...
I mean, there's just not another game that has any teams like Vegas, Indianapolis. Like, Vegas is terrible. Giants, Saints. I mean, oof.
Well, you're going to play the Giants next week, so maybe you want to take a look at the Giants and see what
Dallas Jets.
What if the
Dolphins, Carolina.
Hold on. What if the Giants win 2 in a row?
The Saints
going into the game next week.
The Saints are so bad.
But they beat the Chargers last week.
It don't matter. The Saints are horrendous. The Saints didn't beat the Chargers. The Giants did.
You are typically the guy who says, I want to watch the team the Eagles will play next week.
No, I agree. I mean, if it like that to me is just not an appealing game. The Saints are so bad. Dallas Jets. The Jets are so bad. Might be entertaining. Maybe I don't know. Miami, Carolina, awful game. Tennessee, Arizona, no interest. Detroit, Cincinnati, anything Cincinnati related is off my radar. New England, Buffalo. I'll throw that one on there. New England's interesting.
That's what I was going to recommend. New England is interesting. By the way, no Milton Williams this week, though, so they will be a little shorthanded defensively.
So I'll do that. That'll be my 4th game in the Friday Five, and I got to get one more here. Jeez. I mean, of that group of games, give me I'll go Cowboys-Jets just to see how Dallas rebounds, defensively. Can they, put it together? That'll be it. I mean, the Giants maybe because they play the Eagles the next week, and then they play them again 2 weeks later.
Looks like Turpin's not going to play this week, by the way, for Cowboys.
The Jets are so bad. Turpin, I don't think, is going to make a big difference in that.
Well, I
game.
mean, kick and punt returns. Yeah, that's his big thing. So,
Cowboys favored by 1.5 on the road. Giants are favored by 1.5. That's how bad New Orleans is. You're a home dog to the Giants. Woof. And by the way, the Giants are 1.5 favorite on the road. The Cowboys are 1.5 favorite on the road, and the Dolphins are 1.5 favorite on the road. By the way, I got one for you.
What's that?
As of right now, let me double check this.
I was going to say, is it bad that I don't like any of the favorites in any of those games?
Baltimore, Houston. Houston's a 1.5 favorite on the road.
Seriously?
Saints are actually a favorite now. That number flipped.
Oh, man, you got to ride that Texans number hard.
Texans are a 1.5 favorite.
I'm riding that till the dogs come home.
Over under 40.5. Minnesota, Cleveland, over under 36.5. I still like the under in that game. 36 just seems like those teams could play back-to-back games and they wouldn't score 36.
By the way, I do think Dylan Gabriel is going to be sacrificed at the altar of Brown stupidity on Sunday.
Who's Cooper Rush is the quarterback for Baltimore?
Yes.
Carson Wentz for Minnesota. Dylan Gabriel there. Trying to think of all the backup quarterbacks that are in play this week.
Well, Jaden Daniel is supposed to be back, so you don't have that going on at least. There is somebody. Oh, Jake Browning.
Jake Browning. He's bad.
Poor state of Ohio. I feel bad for those people.
They should call Howie Roseman.
Well, they thought they did when they hired Andrew Berry, didn't they?
Yeah. The Friday 5 in Week 5 in the summer felt a lot better.
It's a lot better.
Baltimore, Houston.
Now, is this one of the situations where like, boy, I'm glad I'm going to Delaware this weekend?
Well, I will. The Eagles being at 1:00 wipes that. What's the main game this week? Oh, it is Detroit, Cincinnati, Washington, and Chargers. That's the Fox. I'm assuming that will be the Fox Brady and Burkhardt game. The 4:00. Tampa, Seattle is the CBS game, but I guess the national game is 4:25 on
Romo
Fox.
and Nance are on the call for the Eagles game.
Yeah, but that's the 1:00 game. I'm saying the 4:25 main game because I'll be watching the Eagles game.
Oh, right.
The other game, I guess, I'll be locked in on is Washington and the Chargers, or what I would imagine is the other game that will be shown here locally.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
If somebody's smart.
All right, there's my Friday 5 brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing in Northfield, Absecon, and Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow. Now,
I was going to say, considering that slate of games, you might need to have some extra Jersey Cow to get through it.
Yeah, instead of watching that group of games, I might just finish the pints of Jersey Cow that I have. Hey, if any of my Delaware listeners are out there, where should I stop tomorrow when I get off the ferry? Head to Delaware to watch the Phillies game tomorrow. For my Delaware listeners, where do I need to stop on my way? Because we're going to be hanging out in Delaware all day. I think we get off the ferry early. So the game's not till 6. 609-403-0973. Give me some direction, Delaware listeners. Where should I stop tomorrow to watch? Where's the best place between Rehoboth, Lewis, and Dewey to watch the Phillies tomorrow? See if anybody gets the spot that I'm actually going to. All right. Nuggets are up next. Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Your home for Phillies playoff baseball is 97.3 ESPN.
Eagles football on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles are back in Philly Sunday afternoon for a Week 5 battle with the Denver Broncos.
Hurts lines them up again. He rolls, he looks, he is going deep, and it is caught, and it is a touchdown. Devontae Smith, he took it away from the Broncos.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1 p.m. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW X1, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Ew, Dad, why are toenails so ugly and yellow?
If you're like me and suffer from toenail fungus, please pay close attention. Let's face it, toe fungus is embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off and hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody. But nail fungus isn't just a cosmetic problem, it can also be dangerous. Even a small spot can spread and get worse. But no matter what I tried, it seemed like my fungus would never go away. Then I discovered Crystal Flush, the new and different FDA-registered at-home treatment. This unique two-step system flushes out fungus at its source and reverses damaged nails. Finally, me and thousands of others are free from fungus. And you can be too.
Crystal Flush is not available in stores, but you can try it risk-free for 60 days. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Show off your toes with confidence. Go to crystalflush.com now. CRYSTAL flush.com.
Nothing brings people together like good food and game day fun. That's why Royal Farms created the Tailgater. For just $20, you'll get our 8-piece mixed or 10-piece dark world-famous chicken, a family-sized order of Western fries, 4 buttermilk biscuits, and a 64-ounce Snapple tea. It's the perfect way to feed your crew, whether you're in the driveway, the backyard, or the stadium parking lot. So fire up the team spirit and bring home the Tailgater. Only at Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Visit Whitehorse RV Center at the Wildwood RV Show. Check out the latest RVs and enter for your chance to win Eagles tickets. No purchase necessary. Go Birds.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies facing the Dodgers on Saturday, Game 1 of the NLDS at Citizens Bank Park. Catch all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. Christopher Sanchez is scheduled starter for the Phillies, while Shohei Ohtani will go for the Dodgers. These teams met 6 times during the regular season, Philadelphia winning 4 of those contests. NFL Week 5, the Eagles hosting the Denver Broncos on Sunday. Philadelphia at 4-0, just one of 2 unbeaten teams left in the NFL season. Jalen Hurts has 5 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing TDs this year, but Denver's defense giving up just 16 points per game. It's tied for second best in the league. Philadelphia has won their last 12 home games. Denver 2-2 on the year, led by second-year quarterback Bo Nix. NHL, the Flyers wrapping up their preseason schedule Saturday facing New Jersey. Philadelphia 2-4 during their exhibition run, losing to the Islanders on Thursday 4-2. Regular season starts Thursday against the Florida Panthers. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Discover what it means to be wrapped in complete care at Complete Care Health Network. With services ranging from primary care, dentistry, pediatrics, women's and men's health, pharmacy, specialty care, and more, Complete Care makes healthcare convenient, affordable, and accessible for all families and individuals, including the uninsured and those on Medicaid and Medicare. Schedule an appointment at one of our 18 sites in Cape May, Cumberland, and Gloucester counties, including our new Williamstown location. Call 856-451-4700 or visit CompleteCareNJ.org and get wrapped in complete care today.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Let the warm-up begin. You might be able to make this an October beach weekend. How about that? Clear and cool tonight. Low temperature will dip to around 54 degrees. And then tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with a high of 78 degrees. Sunday, sunny and warm, high temperature reaching for about 80. And we'll do it again on Monday with more sunshine, high again, 80 degrees. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, don't forget, we got a busy weekend of sports for you. If you're driving around in the car, we got you covered. Phillies baseball tomorrow at 6:30 on 97.3 ESPN. Sunday, we've got the Eagles and the Broncos. Monday night, we've got Game 2. You're home for Phillies playoff baseball and all of Red October. Every pitch of the Phillies run is on 97.3 ESPN. There is one day where there's a conflict. Thursday, Game 4. That game would be on Rock 104.1. But remember, all Phillies playoff games are on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. You can listen to Phillies baseball on your phone with 97.3 ESPN. Here we go. It's time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast and producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He is host of Nernshaw Radio on his social media platforms, and he joins me now for a Friday edition of the Friday Happy Hour Friday. It's by the way, we got a lot of 302 text messages coming in for people giving me some places to go when I go to Delaware tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to have a good time down, Dewey Beach, correct? That's where you're going to be?
That's the plan, but somebody, I got a lot of text messages coming in and giving me some places. I said anywhere between Lewis and Dewey.
Anywhere in there, you're good. You're golden.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
we
where
get off the
you're going to watch the game.
Once we get off the ferry, it's not that far from there to Dewey. It's only about 15 minutes.
Well, guess what? You'll be in Dewey. I'll be at the bank, Mike. I'm going to be at the bank tomorrow night. Game 1. Got tickets for the bank tomorrow.
Now, how did this happen?
Listen, you know a guy. I know a guy. Who knows a guy who got us tickets?
Is it Mark?
No, it's not Mark this time. It's not Mark. Buddy of mine helped get tickets. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll be up in the nosebleeds, by the way, where you belong for a playoff game. There's no other better spot than the nosebleed in a playoff game. It's insane. It's just insane, to say the least.
Well, have fun with that. Big game there, and it's obviously, a must. I think it's a must win. You got to win this game.
Yeah, I think it is too. By the way, I just want to put this PSA out there. Matt Gelb from The Athletic just put out. I was scrolling X before I came on just now. Matt Gelb put out a tweet saying, quote, "The Phillies are currently testing something new: flame shooting from the top of the batter's eye. If they accidentally set the ivy that covers the batter's eye on fire, that would be a show." So they're testing flames coming from the batter's eye tomorrow. I mean, I don't know what we're in for Game 1. This is going to be something special.
You should pay $15 for that.
I wouldn't pay $15. I'd actually ask for a refund if they set everything on fire. That wouldn't be good. They actually might need the money to replace everything, right?
Very good. Very good.
All right, here we go. Nugget number one, Phillies and some concerns I have. We're excited, I know, but there's just part of me that has a couple of concerns, okay? And it's usually with the offense. So, Mike, I'll float this question to you, and you tell me if you agree with me because I'll give you my answer. Are you more concerned about the pen this year or the lineup? So I think it's the lineup, and I will stay with the lineup. I think that is the biggest concern heading into the postseason. So my Phillies concerns with some of the bats. Bryce Harper has not hit a home run other than in the intra-squad since September 15th and batted .233 in September. Kyle Schwarber did not have a hit in his final 4 games in September. He also batted .204 in the month of September. JT Realmuto batted .205, had an on-base of .282, and a .274 slug in the month of September. Now, with that, I will go into nugget number 2. The record in September was 17-8. They won without their top guys being a big part of the offense, right? Trey Turner was out. We know that. Now, this year is the best record during this run, during this era that they've had in the month of September. This is the most winning they've done in September heading into the postseason. 17-8 in 2025, 15-11 in 2024, 15-13 in 2023, and 11-14 as they limped in 2022 but made it to a World Series. So, Mike, with that being said, the top guys were struggling. The bottom lineup was hot. Who are you more concerned about?
That's a good question. Very thought-provoking here. For me, see, to me, you got to have the guys at the top perform. Every year we complain about guys like Johan Rojas. Rojas is up with me. If you're complaining about Rojas, you're diverting from the real problem. That's the top of your lineup, not getting the job done. You don't expect Rojas to win you a series. You hope that he can help. But if you're blaming a Rojas or a Stott or a Marsh in the past, that means your top guys didn't do their job. So I think the top guys, your Turner, your Schwarber, your Harper, need to be big, and then you've got to have somebody else. There has to be that other guy that you're not expecting that also contributes to the victory.
So, with those numbers I laid out, Harper, no home runs since September 15th. It's been a while. Schwarber, no hits, final 4 games. JT, not a great month. Trey Turner, out for a while, right? Got hurt. The bottom of the lineup was really producing, and that's why you had a great record in the month of September. Like the Marshes of the world, the Stotts, the Baders, those guys who you don't expect to help you win every single game, they were winning you games throughout September. October, it's got to be the opposite. Now, are you hoping those guys also contribute too? Absolutely. But it's the top of the lineup that we've seen fade away every year in the biggest moments, fall apart, and they're not consistent in the postseason. And those guys I mentioned, that's a concern for me. The way they played in September, the JTs of the world, the Schwarbers, the big money guys, they have to come through. And it's concerning the way things ended last year against the Mets. You're now facing a Dodger team who's really good, really hot as of late. I think it's on the offense, man. And what did Shohei Ohtani do the last time he faced this lineup? It was lights out, no hits until they got to the bullpen. So, and John Clark put out today, they're going to let Shohei go as long as he wants. He has they have no leash on him. All right. He can go as long as he wants. So that's a concern, especially in game 1.
Yeah, that was a big because we were talking about this yesterday. What is the leash on him? How far can he go in a game? And apparently, according to Jerry Hairston, who is their one of their analysts for the Dodgers, he said that's done. He can go 110 pitches or whatever as long as they need him for. So it sounds like they're ready to kind of say, all right, we worked you up. You're up to the point now where you can kind of go. I think that's a big factor in this game because if he's no-hitting you for 5 innings and you're still in the game, you saw what could happen. If he's no-hitting you or one hitting you or one running you or shutting you out for 7 innings, now your appearances against their bullpen become a lot smaller, and now you're facing the better part of their bullpen as opposed to working your way to the better part. And the Phillies really beat up on the lower end of their bullpen pitchers.
Yeah, I mean, and the Dodgers probably have one of the weakest bullpens left in the postseason right now. I mean, they're not very good. The Phillies have beat up on bullpens all season long. So you want to knock Ohtani out. And if these guys aren't hitting, if it's the top of the lineup, and we know if one guy really gets going, it kind of trickles down the rest of the lineup, right? Everyone else starts getting going. That's a concern. They're so hot and cold. Now, there is the other side of the spectrum where people are more concerned about the bullpen, right? I'm not as concerned. I know Robertson had struggled throughout the last month or so, his last couple outings. Kerkering hasn't been great, but I still think this bullpen is good enough. And I think Sanchez can go deep into a game. Ranger as well. Luzardo. I think you're not going to have to worry about the bullpen as much. It's the bats for me. Still the bats.
I don't know about that because we were talking about this earlier. Their lineup is way deep, and that's the difference. Your bullpen, even like you're facing the Mets. The Mets lineup really sputters off after 3, 4. They can't even get guys like Nimmo out or Vientos last year. They couldn't get him out.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when you got to try to get Teoscar Hernandez out and Pages and you start to get the middle of their lineup? We were talking about this earlier. The top 3 guys are pretty comparable. You could say, I'd say, if I'm having a draft, Ohtani's the first pick, Schwarber's the second pick, maybe Harper's the third pick, Betts is the fourth pick. Turner's the next pick. I mean, Freddie Freeman is either last pick. I don't know. You can mix them up and pick them any way you want. The next 2 picks are both Dodgers. And maybe the next 3. I don't know where the next Philly player comes into the draft. And then when you go to your bullpen, it's a big difference when you're facing the 5, 6, 7 of insert team, and then you're facing the Dodger 5, 6, 7. A lot more dangerous than the Mets lineup is.
Other than Duran, I mean, who gives you the most confidence? I know this guy. I mean, is Tanner Banks in that discussion earlier in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tanner Banks has been great, but these are regular season games in June that he's really good in. Okay, now he's got to pitch in October against the Dodgers, by the way. And listen, he's going to be called on. Tanner Banks is going to be called on most likely in situations to get out Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani. Those are big-time lefties, and that is where Matt Strahm and Tanner Banks become really important in this series because those 2 guys, and of course you have Betts separating them, so you're going to have to figure out a way to get out Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. There's going to be a time where either Strahm or Banks is called on in the 8th inning and Ohtani leads off, and they're going to have to get through that inning against Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. And that could be – you're listening to us have this conversation right now. You might look back when you're watching the game and saying, that's the exact conversation. It's happening right now.
Yeah. No, it is.
You better hope that situation never happens.
Well, this is why the offense needs to score all these runs, Mike. That's why I need the offense to score runs because, listen, they're going to score runs as well. That's why they can't be blanked at all in this series.
Let me ask you this question. Who's got a better starting pitching staff?
I'm still going slight edge Phillies, yeah.
Yeah, you're about the only person we could find that has said that the whole week.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Sanchez, Ranger, Luzardo.
Yeah, we're well aware of who they are.
3 lefties.
Yeah, we're well aware of who they are.
That's the matchup you want, though.
All right, would you feel better right now if Ohtani was pitching for you instead of, if they had Sanchez pitching and you had Ohtani?
No, because Ohtani's still coming off of his injury, and he hasn't pitched a ton this year. Yeah. I would rather have Sanchez. Sanchez has been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. He's in the Cy Young conversation.
Nobody's downplaying Sanchez. No one's saying the guy stinks. I'm just saying.
Sanchez.
You saw what Ohtani did to you the last time you faced him. He seemingly has worked his way up. Yes, he has not pitched a lot this year. Do you think Schlitter last night, did he have a good year?
Yeah. Great.
Of course he didn't. But when you have talent and you're asked on one day to show me your best, when you have the talent in you and you can find it, I will take Ohtani's top end against Sanchez's top end.
That's a debatable topic right there. It's a
debatable topic. I
this
agree.
Year, right now, here's very debatable.
And here's why. Because Ohtani's facing the Phillies.
True.
If I am picking, I will take Ohtani against the Phillies lineup because he's got power stuff. The Phillies struggle against guys like that. They chase a lot, and he throws 100 up over your hands. He's got stuff moving all over the place. The big problem here is, okay, even if you say I like Sanchez better than Ohtani, I like Snell better, I like Yamamoto better, I like Glasnow better.
For me, when it comes to Sanchez
I have no
versus
idea
Ohtani,
what to expect from Luzardo.
I understand that. I think, but the top right now, game one, I'd rather have Sanchez just because he was a Cy Young candidate this year. Sanchez was unreal, and he's facing a ton of lefties.
If Shohei Ohtani pitched the whole year, I have a pretty good inclination that he would be in the Cy Young conversation.
I think he would be too, but I'm just saying.
Your reasoning was that Sanchez was in the Cy Young conversation.
And he was great all year.
Great. Ohtani's not in the conversation because he didn't pitch.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't pitched, and he hasn't gone past, he only went past 90 pitches one time this year. That's it.
I got news for you. He'll be fine.
And that's why I'm more concerned about the bats, because the bats go so cold.
Well, they go cold in large part because they got to face a guy like Ohtani.
Well, if they face less than Ohtani and gone cold. That's what I mean. It doesn't matter who they face.
I understand that, but in large part, they have struggles against other guys. He no-hit them. And by the way, he didn't only no-hit them, it was non-competitive at bats. It was non-competitive. They were so outclassed and so overmatched by his stuff. It was sad to watch, actually, that guys were so overmatched by him. I mean, listen, I'm sure, and all these teams play these guys really, like McGarry brought it up earlier, the Dodgers slept-walked through this season and won 93 games. They could pitch to Ohtani more if they wanted to. He was throwing 100 miles an hour in April, for God's sakes. They just were like, we don't need you, dude. Relax. If they need him for 100 pitches on Saturday, guess what? Pitch 100 is going to come in at 101.
I remember we were having this conversation about Strider multiple times, right? And like how dominant he was. And when he walked into the bank, it's a different atmosphere for an opposing player. I know how good Shohei is. It's different, though, pitching in the bank, and we know that.
Yeah, Strider I wouldn't put on the same level as Ohtani, but okay. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I mean, this is a who's who matchup, okay? And you could go either way, honestly. This might be the best matchup throughout the entire postseason. This is essentially the World Series matchup that you would want in the NLDS. This is it.
I said that before. I would like to see this series have been 7 games. That's the big problem with this whole series is that the DS are only 5 games.
Yep, it's only 5. All right, moving along. Before I get out of here, a little bit of fun, a fun nugget for you, okay? The 999 deal. Did you see what's going on at the bank during the postseason this year, what they're putting out with the hot dog contest? It's hilarious, okay? So the Philadelphia Phillies have put out this hilarious challenge box that is going to be $55, I believe. It is 9 beers, 9 hot dogs. Can you finish it in 9 innings? Then other pint-sized beers, Mike. Am I going to have to go try this on Saturday night? 9 beers, 9 dogs? Am I going to have to maybe try? If the line's not too long, I might go try it.
All right, couple things on this. One, I don't know, and I know they're small little like mini beers, right? They're little mini beers. Yeah. I don't know that you're getting through 9 of them.
I can get through 9 mini ones. Come on. The dogs, though, that might be tough. It's like, it's like 2 an hour, right?
What comes with dogs? What else?
It's 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings. You have to complete it in 9 innings.
Oh, so it's only dogs. It's only dogs and beers.
Yeah, only dogs and beer.
Yeah,
a dog and a beer an inning.
9 dogs is tough, dude.
Yeah. We gotta guess Joey. Could he do that? I'm sure he could do it in his sleep.
It's the indigestion that you would be feeling somewhere around 4 to 5 dogs.
Yeah,
Plus,
then you're
the beers are
with
so
beer?
small. I saw the beer. The beers are so small that would be it. You'd be done them in the first inning. Or I should say, you should be done them in the first inning.
Now, with Joey Chestnut, how quickly would he complete this? With the beer, though.
He'd be done by the time Ohtani strikes out the side.
Oh, gosh. See, this is why you should be more concerned about the lineup. You're making jokes about the lineup against Ohtani.
I think they are really going to struggle against him on Saturday. I think they're going to have a tough day at the office.
Are you picking a loss? Are you saying it's a loss?
Yeah,
in game
I would
one?
say right now, I think Ohtani is going to dominate the game. Yes.
All right. Yeah. I'm picking the Phillies. I think game one they're winning. I think Sanchez is lights out, and I think Ohtani gets a little bit of a strider.
By the way, he could be lights out and lose 1-0.
He could. It could be one of those type of games. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're going to lose because this is the game that I fear, by the way. Okay? This is the game that I fear. Sanchez pitches great. It's 2-0. By the way, there's the 999 picture right there for the people
there it is.
on the YouTube channel. The game I fear is that he gives up an early run, he settles in, he gets you to the 8th, and he comes out of the game and it's 1-0, and you can't figure out a way to scratch a run out against Ohtani.
Don't even say that. Don't even say that, Mike. They're going to win game one. Mark it down. All right. Those are the Nuggets.
All right. Let us know if you do the 999 challenge.
I'll let you know. I'll try.
The Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is back on Monday. He's going to the game tomorrow night. How about that? Somehow he scored some tickets for that. Hey, coming up, Sal Paolantonio. It's a Sal Pal Friday. What kind of opponent does he see in the Denver Broncos? And does Sal think the A.J. Brown stuff has blown over? He's talking about it next on the Sports Bash. Plus, at 5:30 tonight, 2008 World Series champion Jayson Werth joins the Sports Bash.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein. Nick Earnshaw joins me in the studio, and we'll get you pumped up for Red October. The Phillies-Dodgers game's on Saturday night, and we'll go on the mound with former Phillies pitcher Tommy Green, brought to you by Blitz's Market of Ocean City. Hour 2, we'll talk with two-time World Series champion Johnny Damon about the MLB playoffs. Next is our high school athletes in the spotlight with Fran McLaughlin, brought to you by the Philly Pretzel Factory of Egg Harbor Township. Eagles talk and more. It's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Looking to lower your energy bills and boost home comfort? South Jersey Gas has you covered with a no-cost in-home, whole-home energy assessment. Our energy expert will review your home's energy efficiency and provide a personalized report of energy-saving improvements. Plus, you may also receive energy-efficient upgrades like faucet aerators, smart power strips, and LED light bulbs at no cost to you. Don't wait to save money and energy. Schedule your whole-home energy assessment today at sjgsaveenergy.com or call 201-690-7897 today.
Ew, Dad, why are toenails so ugly and yellow?
If you're like me and suffer from toenail fungus, please pay close attention. Let's face it, toe fungus is embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off and hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody. But nail fungus isn't just a cosmetic problem, it can also be dangerous. Even a small spot can spread and get worse. But no matter what I tried, it seemed like my fungus would never go away. Then I discovered Crystal Flush, the new and different FDA-registered at-home treatment. This unique two-step system flushes out fungus at its source and reverses damaged nails. Finally, me and thousands of others are free from fungus. And you can be too.
Crystal Flush is not available in stores, but you can try it risk-free for 60 days. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Show off your toes with confidence. Go to crystalflush.com now. CRYSTAL flush.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
5 o'clock, driving you home. It's a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Paolantonio this hour. Jayson Werth at 5:30 tonight. So we got a little Eagles-Broncos conversation. Got a little Red October for you with Jayson Werth, the former Philadelphia Philly World Series champion. 5:30 tonight. Don't want to miss Jayson Werth. Will join me right here on the Sports Bash. It's always good to catch up with Jayson Werth. Saw him at the Super Bowl down on Radio Row. We talked to this man at the Super Bowl down on Radio Row. Sal Paolantonio, ESPN, the matchup show at Sal Pal, ESPN on the Instagram. And, of course, every Friday, you only get him right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's going to be quite a scene at the complex this weekend, Sal Pal. You got Phillies baseball, Red October, and then they're going to paint the town green on Sunday for the Eagles and Broncos. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. South Philadelphia is going to be humming like it should be with all kinds of championship-level sports, man. I mean, I am so pumped about Phillies Dodgers. I mean, come on, how could you not be, really?
This feels like it should be a 7-gamer though. This little 5-gamer, not enough of the Phillies and Dodgers here. They're two heavyweights, Sal. Do the Broncos feel like a heavyweight? This is a team that come in here. Can they outpunch the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday? Do they have enough, this 2-2 outfit?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I mean, their 2 wins are against the burrowless Bengals and in the opener against the worst team in the NFL, the Titans, Mike. So what are we doing with I think we're overrating the Broncos quite a bit. I know they have some personnel on their offensive and defensive lines that can be very difficult to deal with. There's no question about that. And that presents some matchup problems. But in the end, I think the Eagles are just so much more of an experienced team, a team that can win big games. And I like the Eagles quite a bit in this game, honestly, to tell you the truth. The Broncos are 5-9 overall against the Eagles. They're 1-6. 1-6 overall in Philadelphia, and they've never won at the Link, 0-2.
I feel like the last time I saw Denver and Philly, they were pretty good at the time, and the Eagles put a 50-burger on them en route to winning a Super Bowl, if my memory serves me, in that 2017 season here. One thing about the Broncos, you're right, they have 2 wins, but one of them happened to be on prime time, so a lot of people watch them, and they looked pretty good in their most recent outing. And one of the things that they are really good at is defensively. Sal Pal, Patrick Surtain, and we know A.J. Brown. I saw you all over the network this week talking about Sir A.J. Brown. Is that blown over? Is that all done? Is that over with?
No, I don't think that it is. I don't think that it's over with. I think listen, they're 4-0 without A.J. Brown, without Saquon Barkley. So if they get these 2 guys going, just how dangerous can this football team be? And they have to get them going. These are highly paid professionals that are well compensated, are the focal point of the Super Bowl champion offense. It's incumbent upon this coaching staff and this quarterback to get A.J. Brown the football in creative ways. And that's clear, Mike. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat this for anybody. I don't think you can overstate how important it is for A.J. Brown to be a focal point of this offense. Because if you get him going, you get Saquon going, and vice versa. Now, I think it's important, and everybody, I think, pretty much knows the numbers, but I think it's important to go through the numbers one more time. And I wrote them down getting prepared for your show, and I had them checked twice by my people in Bristol, Connecticut, to make sure that they were accurate. And it's pretty amazing when you think about it. A.J. Brown last year had 30 targets, and he had 21 catches in his first 4 games with 3 touchdowns, 408 yards receiving. This year, 28 targets, only 14 catches, Mike. 50% is a very, very low number for your number 1 wide receiver. Catch ratio of 50%. 1 touchdown and only 151 yards. So what is going on here? Well, and this is not an excuse. This is an explanation. Injured in training camp, So he didn't really spend a whole lot of time on the field with Jalen in training camp and the new offensive coordinator. New offensive coordinator. This offense is static. When you have Jordan Mailata played rugby his entire life in the country of Australia. He's only been playing American tackle football for 5 years. When you have Jordan Mailata standing up at his locker after the game and saying, how about some play-action pass? He's a rugby player playing left tackle, and he's telling the offensive coordinator, how about some play-action pass? That tells you this offense is static.
No doubt.
Uncreative. Not consistent in the passing game. 0-8 last week in the second half against the Bucks. Second half against the Rams, lighten it up. All over the place in the passing game. Too inconsistent, not creative enough. And, you have to look at each individual pass. It's not enough to just say this, that, and the other thing. We got bad blocking or Jalen's not connecting. Look at some of these pass routes. Jalen Hurts is throwing 9 routes to A.J. Brown out of bounds twice last week. He throws a wide receiver hitch in which A.J. Brown is totally covered. Brown goes nowhere. Brown flips the ball in frustration, turns his back on the team, and starts staring at the end zone. I mean, Michael, you got to look at them individually, and when you put them all together, it's just a sense of overwhelming frustration that they absolutely have to fix.
Yeah, and a lot of that, they are throwing him the ball for whatever reason. They are not completing. He has the second fewest separation yards, according to ESPN stats and info, 1.66 average yards of separation. That is the second fewest in the league so far. So is he not getting open, or is it more that, hey, this offense is boring and very predictable, and that's why he's not getting open?
Both.
So he hasn't lost a step is what we're saying.
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's good to hear because, these wide receivers sometimes on a dime. Now, he's only 28 years old. You wouldn't think that has happened to him. But as you mentioned, he was hurt. He had the hamstring problem. Is he not up to full snuff, full speed and get this going? We have a bite that we played earlier. It's a play call from one Merrill Reese, and he says, touchdown, A.J. Brown. But I want you to hear the end of this here where Mike Quick interjects here, and he says something that is pretty simple, Sal, and I think you could appreciate it. Here's what Mike Quick said. Take a listen real quick.
And it is caught in for the touchdown, A.J. Brown.
When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown.
When there's a question, go to A.J. Brown. Is that the game plan this week? Go to A.J. Brown, and that should fix a lot of these things. It is that simple.
Well, Mike, this is not a matchup where I believe the Eagles will be very successful in the passing game early on. I think this is more of a Saquon Barkley kind of a game. But they can't get Saquon going, and the numbers. Let's look at Saquon for a second. I'll get back to your question because it's a good one. What do they do against this Broncos defense? It's very active on the defensive line and very good in the secondary. Now you look at Saquon. First 4 games last year, 73 rushing attempts, 434 yards, 4 touchdowns. First 4 games this year, more rushing attempts, almost half the number of rush yards, 237 and only 3 touchdowns. Now, what are the problems? Now, I've looked at it and analyzed it. One, I think Becton being gone from right guard is huge. They can't run to the right side like they did last year. Highway 77 was opening up holes for Saquon. He's a big loss, bigger than they're willing to admit. Lane Johnson's left the last 2 games with injury. Big-time problem. Landon Dickerson was hurt in training camp and is just beginning to get his sea legs. Cam Jurgens is coming off back surgery. So teams are focused on stopping Saquon, and the offensive line has yet to find its real footing. Mm-hmm. The only guy who has been really 100% is Jordan Mailata on the left side, who's emerged as a real leader here on this football team. You can't overstate how important Jordan Mailata is to this team right now, with the rest of the offensive line being mix and match and coming back from injuries. So people are focused on Saquon. The O-line is not as good as it was last year because of injuries, and that is significant. But in this game, this is a game that calls for them to load up on Denver and run the ball right at them as much as possible until they cry uncle.
We talked to Nick Ferguson out in Denver earlier. He brought up the same thing, is that even teams like Tennessee, who struggles defensively, that gave them problems in the interior of the line. So we'll see if Philadelphia can, or go after the interior of the Denver line and kind of get something going here with the run game. Because you're right, I was going to ask you, why haven't they got Saquon going? You just kind of hit on it. Their offensive line just isn't the same right now.
It's not, and I can't say it enough, and it's not something that people are talking about. But the loss of Mekhi Becton was big.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a huge presence, monster presence at the right guard position, played himself to a Pro Bowl level, and then gone.
Well, Sal Pal, let's look at the Eagles' defense this week against this Denver offense, because Bo Nix, been a little up, a little down. He was up last week, down the first couple of weeks here. Obviously, Sutton's a pretty good wide receiver. They ran the ball well last week, but they're nasty up front. They do have a good offensive line, and if you're going to attack Philadelphia, you probably try to run the ball against them if you're Denver, no?
Yeah, well, good luck with that. The thing is with Bo Nix, I think he's a little overrated right now. I mean, he's got some numbers, I get it, but he gives the ball away. So you stop their run, and then you attack Bo Nix is what you do, and it's not that difficult. I think the Eagles are going to win this game and cover. I really do. I think the Eagles are a superior team. The Denver Broncos are coming off a short week, Monday Night Football.
That's right.
They've beaten two really bad teams and struggled in their two losses. They don't play well on the East Coast. They leave Philly and play 3 straight home games. This is such an in-between game for them. This game, to me, has got the Eagles written all over it.
I like that. Now, let me ask you this. If that's not the case and Philly looks disjointed again, do they got bigger problems than we think?
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that, Mike. I think, the problem is with that is you got to turn around real quick and play the Giants on Thursday night football.
Right?
Yeah, you don't have time to really reassess it like that. I think the Eagles will take care of the Broncos. Like I said, I think they win and cover. I think they can take the ball away from Nix. Jalen Hurts is the only starting quarterback in the NFL who has started and finished the game and has no interceptions. He's accounted for 9 touchdowns, second only to Josh Allen. People don't understand how good Jalen Hurts has been this year.
Yeah.
Considering all the problems they have on offense.
15 to 16 for 130 in the first half. That's about as good of a first half we've ever seen him play, by the way, and then 0 of 8 in the second half. What a wild tale of two halves for him.
Absolutely, but he does have to get his completion percentage up. No question about that, but that's up to Patullo. That's up to Patullo, really. They got to give him some on-schedule throws. And when they do that, I think they'll be in good shape offensively, where they can stay on schedule and head of the sticks in the passing game, and that'll open things up for Saquon. But, you got these 2 quick games against young quarterbacks, Bo Nix and Jackson Dart. This is, a matchup made in heaven for Vic Fangio, both of these games. I like Bo Nix and I like Jackson Dart, but I don't like them against Vic Fangio and Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, who are playing, I think, both of them are playing at all-pro levels, not to mention Zach Bond.
Yeah.
I mean, you got those 3 guys, in my opinion, they're all playing at all-pro levels, all 3 of them. I was at the game last week, right? And I'm in the Tampa press box.
How hot was it there?
Yeah, it was super hot.
Yeah.
It was super hot. You saw me on the field, Not a good look for the old man to be out there in 105-degree weather. I'll tell you that, Michael, for 5 hours. You don't want to try that at home at my age. But nevertheless, hydrate, Michael. Hydrate, baby. But listen, Michael, I'm in the press box, and, Ira Kaufman's there, the longtime writer for the Tampa Trib, who's on the Hall of Fame selection committee with me. He's an old guy who's been around a long time. And he just looks at me and he goes, Zach Bond. I'm like, yeah, Zach Bond. I mean, that dude is playing out of his mind. So is Jihad Campbell. I mean, those two linebackers have been playing great. And Cooper DeJean. Quinyon Mitchell probably had the best game of his young career last week. He's just getting better and better. He really is. So, it's a bad matchup for these two young quarterbacks against Fangio in this defense.
By the way, Campbell's playing so well that Dean probably, I don't know what they're going to do with him when he comes back.
Well, you always want depth, especially at the linebacker position. And they like Dean. They like him a lot as a player and his coaching, his ability to be coached. And he's a coach favorite, so I don't think he's going anywhere. But, you lose players. They were so lucky last year with injuries. Remember, Michael, they were the second healthiest team in the National Football League. And now they're trying to fend off the health issues, especially on the offensive line.
All right, Sal Pal, it sounds obviously like you like the Eagles pretty handily in this one. The one thing I will agree, too, is last week against Tampa, and you were there, you saw it, 270-plus touchdowns. That doesn't happen again. Denver's going to need two fluky things to happen like Tampa got last week. I don't see that happening. What are some of your keys for this week?
Well, you got to take the ball away from Bo Nix. He's susceptible to turnovers. And it's not a good matchup for Bo Nix against this secondary and Vic Fangio. You take the ball away, you get a short field, and you get some quick scores. That's number one. And then you just hit on it, Mike. They have some good, long, rangy wide receivers, and Nix has a cannon. He has an absolute howitzer for a right arm. So don't give up any of the big plays defensively. Keep everything in front of you. And get Saquon going. Saquon is the key to A.J. Brown, not the other way around, in my opinion.
Well, we'll all hear it all unfold right here on 97.3 ESPN. Hopefully a good weekend at the complex for the Phillies and the Dodgers on Saturday, and then the Eagles and the Broncos on Sunday. You can listen to both games right here on 97.3 ESPN. And Sal Paolantonio.
Now, Michael, tell me, am I going to have monster traffic on Sunday? I don't even know what the Phillies schedule. Are they playing Saturday and then Monday?
Saturday, Monday, Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Well,
okay.
Wednesday's out in L.A., so it's the times of all the games have just been released, literally, as you just asked me that question. Saturday, tomorrow night, 6:30, Monday at 6, Wednesday at 9, Thursday at 6, and Saturday, a Game 5 would be in Philadelphia at 8:08.
Oh, man. Jeez. Wow. Wait a minute. Friday is Game 5?
No, Saturday night, October 11th. By the way, Thursday would be Eagles, Giants up at the Meadowlands, and the Phillies would be in L.A. At 6 o'clock. So you got a Phillies Eagle Game 4 would be on the same day, Thursday.
Okay, now people don't know this, but I'm about to tell you some people do, obviously. Saturday night is the 250th birthday party of the United States Navy in South Philadelphia.
Wow, how about that?
So I am the MC of the 250th birthday party gala at the Constitution Center, and there are dignitaries coming in. There are Secretary of the Navy's coming in from like 10, 12 countries.
Wow.
Chief of Naval Operations, Secretary of the Navy. People from all over the world are coming into South Philly on Saturday night.
Jeez.
And I got to tell you, Michael, if that coincides with a Game 5, oh, my gosh.
Saturday Game 5, 8:08 is the time that has just been set.
That's the exact time the dinner is supposed to kick off in the Constitution Center.
Oh, man. Well, go Navy beat Air Force this weekend.
Yeah, Navy Air Force, that's right. And Temple, Navy's playing Temple Saturday.
Oh, wow. How about that? Did they put that, was that all done for that reason?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like an awesome event, and hopefully the Phillies win in 4.
Awesome event, but let's hope the Phillies wrap it up before Saturday because I don't know about you, Michael, but it's going to be hard for me to concentrate on emceeing this event. Well, the Phillies are playing a Game 5, decisive Game 5 against the Dodgers 10 blocks away. Come on.
It's uncanny. By the way, we had a nice text message here from our guy Johnny G over at the Burger Realty team out there saying happy hour Friday to everybody out there. And obviously he's been a big help on these Fridays with the Sal Pal. Friday here on the Sports Bash. Holy mackerel, that sounds like a big day.
It is. And Johnny G, I know, is bullish on the Eagles this week like me. All right. I'll see you, Michael. Thank you.
All right, there he is, Sal Paolantonio, happy hour Friday. We appreciate it as always. Johnny G, what's up? Got your text messages here on a happy hour Friday. He says, happy hour Friday. 4 different offensive coordinators in 5 years doesn't help the passing game. But as long as they're winning, I'm happy. They'll be fine. 34-24 Broncos. Eagles versus Broncos. AJ and Barkley shine. Go Birds, says Johnny G. Always good to hear from you, Johnny G. Appreciate it here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, get your Eagles picks in, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. By the way, thanks to all the 302 area code text messages that have been coming in. I'm actually going to Delaware this weekend to watch the Phillies game on Saturday, so I was looking for some recommendations in the beach area from Lewis down to Dewey Beach, and I got a whole bunch of them here. I like Paul, formerly of Rehoboth, now Paul from Millville. I got those text messages. So if you're in the Delaware area and you want to throw me some recommendations for when I head over the river Saturday morning, I'll be hanging out. I'm staying there for the night. We're staying down there in Delaware to watch the game and everything. But give me a couple of spots that you like down there, and I'll check them out because we're hanging out all day for Phillies and then getting back home early for the Eagles game on Sunday. But there's the game. Start times for the entire NLDS, Saturday 6:30, Monday 6:08, Wednesday 9:09, Thursday 6:08, Saturday 8:08. The 9:08 game is really the one that's, it's Wednesday, it's in the middle of the week, keep you up a little late, but that's the only one that you got on Dodger time. That game 4, by the way, would be a 3 o'clock Dodger start time out there in L.A. That would get the shadows and everything involved. That becomes a little bit of a problem. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, everybody stick around. Jayson Werth, World Series champion 2008. He joins us on the other side to talk a little Phillies, his 2008 team run. And I'm going to ask him, where was he during the Matt Stairs home run? Stick around. That's next. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. over tomorrow right here on 97.3 ESPN. He's doing a whole heck of a lot. Many people in the listening audience will remember him from his time with the Philadelphia Phillies, of course, a World Series championship. But after retiring and getting out of Philadelphia, we won't tell you what he did after he left Philly. He was in Washington for a little while. Those were fun times, too. But Jayson Werth fell in love with horse racing. We ran into him at the Super Bowl and just had a ton of great conversations about the Belmont Stakes, your win there, Dornick, and, of course, you have morphed in from World Series champion to iconic thoroughbred racer, and, of course, you have a mission now out there, Icon Racing. I got to imagine this is such an exciting time, though, reliving all these Red October memories. Jayson Werth, welcome aboard.
Yeah, let's go Phils, right? Red October against the Dodgers, no less. Let's get it done.
Right? I mean, when you saw this series, it just kind of sparked some memories of, that time in Philadelphia, which has got to be, unbelievable.
Yeah, no, unbelievable time, unbelievable teams. The best city to play in and win. And against the Dodgers, who I broke into the big leagues with. Got my wrist injury. They kind of like forgot about me, let me go. That's when I signed with the Phillies, and then. To beat them, we beat them in 2008 before we went to the World Series, and then that was a big series in 10, and at the bank at that 2-homer game to send us to the NLCS. So that time I stole home was against the Dodgers, so a lot of good Phillies Dodgers against the Dodgers memories.
Yeah, I was having breakfast with my father this morning, and he said to me, I'm a little worried. We've beat the Dodgers 6 straight times in the playoffs. He's a big law of averages guy. So, obviously, when you have that much success against one team, you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. But you went back to that 2008 series there, the one out in L.A., where you beat them 4-1. I mean, that was kind of like at that Dodger win, was that the moment that you guys felt locked in that this was going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, look, we ran down the Mets in 2007 and got buzzsawed by the Rockies. We ran down the Mets again in 2008, and you always just feel you're up against the world. But that Matt Stairs homer off Broxton, that did something to that team, that city that kind of carried over into 2009, 10, and 11. I wasn't there in 11. That was probably that was the end of the run and probably the best team they had, but. We got it done in 2008 on the heels of that big Matt Stairs homer. That propelled the Phillies and the cities for a long time.
Do you remember where you were like standing and when that thing launched?
I had my helmet on, right? I could see pinch hit. I was batting second, so I would have been in the hole.
Jeez.
I was on the steps with my helmet on. Jeff Jenkins was screaming in my ear. I definitely remember that.
What an unbelievable got this Dodger-Phillies rivalry starting back up. You've been a part of it. You look back and talk about, like, the Phillies have had these good runs here, but you could speak upon how difficult it is. Like, you hit 300 in the regular season, you feel good, and then the pitching just goes to another level. The intensity of these games and how they differ so much from a game that you're playing in July.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I went through it in Washington. When you're the best team, you sit around and you wait for the wild card games to get done, and you kind of like, it's almost like the All-Star break again, where you come back. That's why they call it the first half and the second half. You get 4 days off. That kind of it changes everything. So this downtime that they have right now is crucial. I saw they did the scrimmage game the other day. That's huge. I always wanted to do that. In Washington, that was probably bet Bryce had his hand in that. I guarantee it. That is a great way. 30,000 people show up to keep the competitive juices going. Keep it like a real game. It's hard to recreate anything this time of year. So that time off can affect you. So that's going to be one thing they're up against in a five game series. It's short, but we'll see if the pitching holds. And they have the advantage now because of the way they set up the wild card, but we'll see if the bats can keep it going.
We'll see. Jayson Werth is our guest here. Of course, won a World Series with the Phillies in 2008, Washington, and of course now a World Series of horse racing. You all of a sudden out of nowhere, someone saw Jayson Werth standing on television during a huge horse race and a new era of Jayson Werth's career was born. Tell us about the mission and how this has all kind of transformed your post-baseball life.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I got in on this horse named Dornick, and then my first colt I get into, I was kind of playing the Philly game. It's a little bit easier game to play for people to get into the sport, depending on what your budget is. The colt game is, it's the sport of kings because everyone wants to win the Triple Crown, So it's a tough game to play. But I got a piece of a horse named Dornick, and he ends up winning the Belmont, and it was just an incredible experience. But I tell you, it goes back. Me and Chase Utley went on a golfing trip in Scotland. We ended up playing the last day. I played this course, Royal Dornoch, in the town of Dornoch, Scotland. And I came back home. I called the trainer, Danny Gargan. I said, "Hey, how's the big horse doing?" He's like, "Great, he's doing good." I said, "Have you named him yet?" No, haven't. He's like, "Yeah, I think Larry named him. Give Larry a call." So I called Larry. He owned the majority of them. And he said he named the horse Dornoch. And I was like, wait, like after the golf course? And he's like, yep, it's my favorite golf course, favorite town in the whole world. Named the horse Dornoch. I was like, wait, when did you name the horse Dornoch? He said, last Wednesday. Last Wednesday, me and Chase were playing Royal Dornoch in Dornoch, Scotland. And that's our horse. He wins the Belmont. And he totally changed the course of history for me because now we got Icon Racing. If he doesn't win that race, I don't think we're doing this. I want to share the experience of horse racing with people, bring new owners into the game. We take the barriers of entry and we break them down and get new people into the sport, bring them in, show them what it's all about. It's like dipping your toe into the sport of kings. But for about $100,000 a share, you can own a basket of horses. I realize that's a lot of money for some people, but it's entertainment. It's taking a Vegas trip. It's taking your kids to Disneyland. If you look at it as entertainment, it's not an investment, and then you'll have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, iconracing.com. You can go and check out a lot more on this, and it's like, you just talked about, it sounds like $100,000, but it feels like something that you would get a group of like lifelong friends and just say, hey, let's have some fun here, right? I mean, that's similar. It sounds like that's kind of how you kind of got into all this stuff.
Essentially, that's it. I mean, whether you put together a group or you do it with your buddies, your family. I tell people this in sports, in big time sports, you get to experience the moment with your teammates and your coaches, and it's great. You're on the field, you're jumping around. If you win a big game, and you wave up to your family and friends in the stands. In horse racing, you get to experience the wins and the losses with the people you want to do it with, your friends, your family, your dad, your kids, and you get to do it in real time. And that's what makes horse racing so unique. You get to experience these things with the people you want to do it with. And it really is, when you win a big race, it really is. Like when we won the Belmont last year, it felt like, winning the World Series, minus the parade. The parade is what sets it apart. Winning a World Series in Philly, you got a parade attachment. That's one. The Belmont is two. So it was an incredible experience, but still, win a World Series in Philly is number one.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask, how does it compare to a mission that starts all the way back in Clearwater in February? You go through all the preseason exhibition games, the Grapefruit League, and then a long, long season when you finally accomplish that goal. That compares how to winning something that's like this eventized thing. Now, there's a lot that goes on in horse racing behind the scenes that obviously people aren't aware of, but I would imagine they are very similar type of feels, but you're putting the World Series ahead of the Belmont, it sounds like.
Yeah, just right ahead of it. But it's the same idea, right? You buy these horses when they're won. You go through the minor leagues and spring training with these horses. You bring them all the way up. There's a sense of, if you've ever had, a family pet, a dog or something that, becomes part of the family. These horses become part of the family. It's just like in sports when you got your teammates, the bonds that we created in 2008, 2009 will never be broken. Those guys are like brothers to me. These horses, when they run and they become these superstars, they become like family pets. Obviously, not all of the horses you get into are going to be a Dornoch. He's like once in a lifetime, right. But even the rest of them, when they're in the stable, you go see them, they become these. You create these bonds with these animals, same as you do teammates. There's a lot of parallels between horse racing and professional sports, especially baseball. If you're a 300 hitter in baseball, you're a Hall of Famer. If you win 30% of your races in horse racing, you're a Hall of Famer. So there is the trials and the tribulations, the ups and the downs of both sports, but it's a lot of fun, and we get to do it with some great people.
Jayson Werth's our guest, iconracing.com. Now, you spent 4 seasons in Philly, 7 in Washington, although I guess winning that World Series, do you feel a closer bond with your 4 years in Philly or the 7 years in Washington?
I'd say it's pretty close, right? We did some great things in Philadelphia. We, turned the whole city around and won a World Series and went back to another one. Unpopular opinion going to Washington. But was able to create something special there. Became a winning franchise, coming off 200 lost seasons, and turned it into a winner. So I could go either way. I retired Washington National. My name's on the stadium, but I won a World Series in Philadelphia and played on some great teams and with some great people in a great city. So I'm kind of a bandwagon guy as far as that goes. Whoever's ahead each year is who I'm pulling for. But I play with Bryce and Trey in Washington. Great guys. They become a superstar Hall of Fame caliber talents, and I'm pulling for those guys. I'm happy for them. Played against JT. Know a couple of the other guys, but I've got some deep ties with Philadelphia.
Yeah, I was going to say you're the other way. You went from Philly to Washington. You've got Schwarber, Harper, and Turner, Kevin Long. They've all went from Washington to Philly, so there's a lot of ties between the two organizations there. Just real quick before you get out of here, obviously, the journey of spring training, the long regular season, like the ups and downs of a season, and when you finally get to the Red October and it gets kind of jumping, you kind of look back these couple days off and say, man, what a long-ass season this is, and we still have another month to go. The battle of attrition sometimes gets lost in the sauce when you're trying to figure out who the best team is.
For sure, and great teams are made in October. You got to get it to the finish line, and it's the hardest thing to do. Winning's not easy. As you've seen, you've been to the playoffs a bunch. Getting to the World Series doesn't happen very often. We were one of the best teams in baseball when I was in Washington. Never got out of the first round. The Philly run that I was on, the best team they had was probably the year I went to Washington in 2011. That was on paper. That was their best year. They won the most games. They didn't get out of the first round. It's not winning is not easy. Enjoy this run. Enjoy the postseason. Enjoy Red October, because you don't know when you're going to get it again, and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to that, and don't forget, check out iconracing.com for everybody out there who wants to get a little bit more information on what Jayson Werth is talking about and what he is now doing. Everybody saw – you also had a horse at the Derby, right? What was Mohawk, Flying Mohawk, right?
Back-to-back, Flying Mohawk went to the Derby. We probably ran him in the wrong race, but he got us there. Awesome dude. Again, it's just an unbelievable experience to have a horse to run in the Derby. It's the most prestigious event in the world. And when you walk the horse over and they play that song on the way out to the track, it's magical. It's a magical experience. If you haven't been to the Kentucky Derby, check us out. iconracing.com, and we got a podcast too, Off the Rail podcast. Me and Sean Kelly, we kick it around. We do baseball, some sports, mostly horse racing, but it's a lot of fun.
All right, well, Jayson Werth, appreciate it, and I'll let you get back to Home Depot and your shopping, and I know you got to get some stuff done.
Yeah, we'll see if we have enough time. All right, guys, thanks a lot.
All right, Jayson Werth, everybody, 2008 World Series champion, Philadelphia Phillies, iconracing.com. Make sure you guys give that a check out and see what he's up to today. Built for people who want the thrill of owning a racehorse without the usual stress. You can have somebody else do all the work for you, iconracing.com. And he's an icon in this city. He won a World Series. It's funny because if you go back to, he talked about the Stairs homer. That was game 2, I believe. And that was the only at-bat and the only hit that Stairs had in that series. And he hits that home run, and he is remembered forever for that. Jayson Werth, on the other hand, in the 2008 World Series run for the Philadelphia Phillies, he hit .309 with 2 homers. Do you really remember that? But you remember the Stairs homer. You remember those iconic moments. But he was a big part of that as well. He was saying, I was standing on deck. Jeff Jenkins is yelling in my ear. Just so many fun things you look back on during that era of Phillies baseball. And unless this Phillies team gets one, will we look at this era the same way as we look at that one? Because they're on similar planes. They have something this one doesn't.
I love when he said that the most memorable moment for him was Jeff Jenkins screaming in his ear, because it's like one of those deals where I can only imagine like the emotional chaos in that dugout when Steers hits that home run, because all of us watching the game were like, oh my, like we're all screaming probably, our buddies, and watching the game. And then can you imagine like being the guy on the steps in the hole, Steers hits the home run, and Jayson Werth said the most memorable thing was Jeff Jenkins screaming in his ear.
But those are the things that they remember on that level, right?
Yeah.
They remember things like that. We remember Into the Night, like what
Right.
the announcer says. They can't hear the announcer.
Exactly.
Right? They don't know that Joe Buck says, Into the Night. Was it Joe Buck doing that game? I think it was.
I think it was Joe
at
Buck,
that
yeah.
time. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show. I got Eagles, Broncos picks, game balls, Phillies, Dodgers. What an hour. Sal Pal, Jayson Werth. Earlier today, we had Nick Ferguson. Great stuff there. We're getting ready to wrap up the show. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Stick around. Final thoughts, picks, game balls next here, 97.3 ESPN.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly Open Phone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
All right, get ready to leave on this Friday edition of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Let's finish it off with the picks. What did I do? What do I do first here? Eagles, Broncos, or Phillies, Dodgers? What do you want?
Why don't you Phillies, Dodgers? We just talked to Jayson Werth. That was great.
That was fun. He's a good dude. Actually met him in spring training years ago when he was playing for the Phillies. Phillies, Dodgers. I like the Dodgers. Sorry. I like the Dodgers. I think they win the game 3-1, something like that. 3-1, low scoring. Phillies offense struggles. Same story as we always see. I think Ohtani's going to blow them away. I think there's a bad matchup there. I just don't see that. Ohtani is like unbreakable. He is. If you don't crack under the investigations and the betting stuff that he had going over his head, that dude's unflappable. I don't see him struggling because he's got 45,000 idiots screaming at him. I think Ohtani dominates and they win. I got like 3-1. Sanchez going to pitch well. I just don't think the Phillies offense has it. I think that Phillies offense is the downfall of the series in the game. I got game one, Dodgers, 3-1 Dodgers. There, if I'm giving out a game ball, it's going to Ohtani. He's getting my game ball. Eagles, Broncos, I kind of agree with Sal Pal a little bit. I think the Eagles win the game. I'm going to go, it's like an ugly game, like 24-10, something like that. I just don't think, the big thing that stands out to me about the Eagle game last week was Tampa Bay needed 2 70-yard fluky touchdowns. That's not happening again. They're going to get that cleaned up. Maybe one. I even doubt that. I think Denver's just going to have a tough time scoring if that's the case. I'll go 24. I said 10. Let me go 24,
24-17.
Yeah, something like that. 24-17. And I think the big game this week on the offensive side of the ball will be it's a Saquon Barkley feel for me there. I go Saquon Barkley. And on the defensive side of the ball, how about this man, Jalen Carter? It's time for you to do something. Have a great weekend, everybody. Phillies baseball tomorrow on 97.3.